So, we are happy that in the midst of pandemic, we are still doing this activity. So, this is an indication or manifestation that the leadership of mathematics department in our division uh, never neglect what is expected to be done for our learners. So I appreciate so much the effort of our education program supervisor, Mrs. Godoy. Of course, I would like
Nag-send po
to
ma'am ng
to
bala po sa
recognize
number
also
sa
and
Mati Board.
thanks our schools division
Nagana po.
superintendent for the support for approving this particular activity. When I was once a supervisor of mathematics, so this is also one area where we have not so much
Pinamodyo ni sir.
developed or given much attention. Pero I'm happy with the presence of our education program supervisor, Mrs. Godoy. This has been given
Pumunta lang
much
dito.
attention. And
Hindi na po. Mic po.
really,
Ay, ang speaker.
if which is focused on
Malakas na signal niya, sir.
research, because you are believing that just like science, or also or in any areas where research is also being engaged in mathematics, we have to
Paano mo
remind
tinanong
or
ganun?
remember
Paano ma-apply in real life?
that
Ay,
we
hindi
need
nga pala
also some
ma-apply.
researches. We don't have just to focus on content, but there are things to be researched, particularly
Ayaw mo yung sagot.
Ano nga itong sarap?
Sir, itong ano,
on mathematical
inapot baga dati
research.
itong science lesson sa grade
Dr.
10.
Inciso has shown to me
Sa ano?
some of your studies or researches.
Ay,
Sabi ko, kung
ay,
di
akala
ay
ko yung ano.
pang higher level na.
Akala ko yung
Sa grade 10, sir.
Sabi ko, hindi basta-basta.
Sa grade 9 yung go. Sa grade 9.
During our time when we
Ako nag-4 na
participate in the regional level,
Pero nakalimutan ko sa
medyo hindi pa
Tapos first quarter ba?
gaano advanced. Pero
Oo.
when I look at the
Pero ganun,
sample
ako lang ano sa inyo.
or yes, the sample of your
Grade 9.
mathematical investigation,
Pero po
I
naman
was
function
amazed.
yun. Classification yun.
Tapos yung sagot ko, di ko po alam.
It's not a problem anymore. It's not so much a problem anymore. We can see some sample where we can also get some ideas, benchmark some ideas. Yeah. Kaya we appreciate so much the coaches for their determination, for their sacrifices and commitment to give much technical assistance to our students who are particularly brilliant in mathematics,
Division.
not only in content but in a higher level, in a high note. Kasi pag nasa 19 gauge ka sa research,
Kaya yun na yung moral support.
Ang regional, naglalaban para sa regional. Ang mga contestant, ano,
that is leading to being a scientist
Region 1, Region 2.
or
mga regional.
leading to
Regional.
a higher level of
Pag
learning.
national,
So we appreciate the following coaches.
Pag national, regional.
Mga coaches natin ay ito.
Ayaw pala.
So from Arismus, from the first district,
Ay, iya pala.
we have
Division mo na
Jumar
Hindi,
Division
itong
ng
division.
our scholar.
District. Congressional district.
So mag-1 year scholar po siya. Then we have Dia May Perez from the second district, congressional
17
district,
na.
and Layan or Lian Teresa or Teres Milia. Ay, no, no. Mr.
Ayun
Erwin
sila, yung background na flower.
Yales from the second district.
Isa yun.
And
Mariel.
also Mr. Jesus
Balik
Vargas,
ka na, balik
I
ka na.
think from San Juan ito, San Juan National High School. And also for the 3rd Congressional District from Pili
Kamusta?
National High
Perfect
School,
na?
Mr.
Ida.
Edel
Yeah.
Servino.
Si mga coach?
From Goa Science High School, Goa
Parang hindi
Camarines
naman
Sur,
nag-select. Binabasa niya lang.
Michelle Butchar, and Ryan S. Ortiz. Okay, for the 4th. For the 5th,
Lima
we
mo.
have Russell B.
Sarado
Badong
ka lang
from Pao
history.
National High School. So my appreciation for your
May bubble
extended,
man yan.
although
Bab.
this is not so much part of your work, but you have still find time to
Ang
be
dilim mo,
attached.
maliit ang di.
Sala lang.
You are
Malaki.
contributing to the
Paras mo lang.
quality of
Ay.
education that we are
Paras mo
aspiring
lang kahit
to.
maliit.
May
Tsaka
ayos
malaki.
yung...
So, being
Ano na naman yun?
noted, your school are noted
Maganda ko
in science and math. So that is a strong support
Sama.
for your school and for our learners.
Nakabukas pa na ng
At this point, I'd like to appreciate also the different officials who are supporting the education program supervisor, particularly Miss Moral and the group and the
Para siya
officers,
nagsusulat.
Dr.
Yung
Inciso,
damit kasi.
because
Ano?
the
Para
work
siya
of
nakaga.
a supervisor is really great with
Board na
all
siya.
the other delegated functions by our superintendents.
Parang po. Bakit po? Ilan ang ano?
5 to 7 minutes.
So
Pasok.
it
Sana.
really needs the
Importante
support
man
of
ang
vast experience in mathematics particularly. So at this point, I'd like to
Sana
once
para sa
again
ang question.
thanks
Saka
our
sana ang question
invited
about sa ano, kung paano na po
Board of Judges.
Pero niya mag-question.
So
Masakit.
this is also an extension. Siguro
Sana.
community service ito ng Philippine Science High School.
Mas okay yun.
Anyway,
Ano sa'yo ang
you consider you
credit
as
ko yun.
partner, and the Philippine Science High School is our
Ay,
model
pag
or
ano, dapat may
icon,
may
or to be looked upon,
may
particularly
tinutumbok na
science
answer
and
kung
math,
open-ended.
considering with all your
Baka sa
all
research
Dapat itong kung ano
mga scholars,
objective.
and also your experience and training on higher level of mathematics and on a high level. So thank you so much for that. So for the contestants, we wish you
Merry Christmas.
more,
Paano
we wish you to improve much because you have the potential, and just do your best because that will lead you to more improvement in life. So thank you so much. Good luck and congratulations to everyone.
Melvin nare-record ko. Madaya.
Thank you so much, our very reliable ASDS, Mr. Sueño S. Lozada Jr.
Sana hindi una.
Oh, Lord,
So a true warrior is never scared of any competition because it makes them better. But right now, we are having not just better, but the best in this field, mathematics. To introduce the panel of judges, we have our very own, very supportive, EPS, Ms. Sarah Christine Tiburoy.
yeah, ma'am. Lower lang.
Good morning.
Nag-iiyak.
To our new superintendent,
Pag
Dr. Lloyda Idea,
Nandito yung kamay.
one of the pillars of are very
Bakit sa mga drawing pababa yung ano?
first
Ito, ito,
recommended
ito nasa taas, pababa. Pag ganyan.
to all my
May magkaibanan dyan na nakaano.
Pagkatihan.
Camarines
Pero ano,
coordinator
color
ng
white. Huh?
the Association of District Mathematics Coordinator Camarines Tour, to our very respected judges, focus contestants, lesson day to all of us. July 19 marks the first advent of the division of the Camarines to try this mathematical
Eko.
investigation
Ako
and
nangyari sa
the
inyo kasi
competition.
magkaibanan sila.
Eh,
I am very joyful
Nagkagurhe pa para balik-balik ang
to
salita.
all the teachers and
magkatabi po sila.
students who tried their
Saan ba
best
sa
to
dito?
come up with a material
Ito
and
yung
have
magkaibahan.
the courage really to
Okay na, enough na.
invest their time, invest their
Na-down gamit.
Kalakas.
their time, their talents for us to come up with this.
Gunagun na naman.
Actually, Camarines Tour
Pag nag-o...
and even the entire curriculum of the
Ay,
department
gano'n ako
is
speaker.
not
Hindi
yet
naman na malakas.
determined.
So,
Is subject of mathematical investigation. But your
Siguro
material
closed door.
going to present today will already be an inspiration to all the students of Camarines Sur that we can always find ways so that we could help our students learn, be
Ready
inspired,
ko na.
learn math, and at the same time, I think, since this is the first time, there will always be the second time, the third time, and the eighth time for this competition.
basta hindi nag-win.
Today,
Ay,
we are really
Basta hindi
glad
name. Basta hindi.
to be
Parang,
joined
baka saan
by
tinanong mo kanina?
the experts in math from our very friendly
Ano po?
stakeholder, the Philippine Science High
O, dama
School.
Mid
na.
high lang.
Wala
Thank you
sa
very much.
Third grading.
Earlier,
Third grading.
Sa lahat.
Go, boss.
faculties of Philippine Science to be
May
part
po.
of this competition.
Nag-compute na, sir, fourth
And
quarter.
so we won on our scholar, Miss
Nakaban.
Desiree Engineering.
God damn.
And I am very honored to introduce each one of them so that our students, our coaches will always be inspired.
Nagdala
The
ng buka.
chairman of the board of directors is
Bachelor in
the
secondary.
very amiable Maria Alvarez Reyes, the Philippine Science High
Science
School.
teacher for
She finished Bachelor of Education, major of in Ateneo
Ba't sir hindi nagsali ang pisay?
last 1995, and also finished her master's degree in the same subject last 25 in the same module.
Baka hindi naman nagbago.
Baka more on MTOP sila or... Galing
She
sila
had
MTOP.
been designated
Kaya.
as mathematician head for 8 academic years, as discipline officer from 2016 to 2018 and 2020 to 2021. The chairman of discipline committee 2019
Ano
and
sir,
2020,
nasa covered ko.
then member of faculty
Dapat ano nasa
from 2014 to present,
Bagay.
and president of Philippine Science People Campus Science Association from 2014 to present. And part of her accomplishments, she really will be writer,
Nagsisimbag.
active writer, readiness as writer and checker, and resource speaker in the division and regional level seminars in
Morning
Manila.
everyone. Today we are here to share
Also,
first
along her work experience in a faculty of Nagasaki Science High School from 1968. Sorry. Delete ang sa kong slide. Okay. Our chairman role is,
21
aside from those accomplishments, she's been part of the different mathematical competitions of the division. Si Ma'am Reyes, the coach for several times of MTAG representative
Representative
of
son.
Camarines Sur for the regional competitions. Yan. And then, aside from that, when we were having our first uh, years of mathematical shooting, Ma'am Linda Reyes were always there, being the coach and
Dapat
also
ang
looking
pag-explain
out
ta
for
kang...
the students.
Sir,
Ma'am Linda, thank you very much
sana, dapat ang
for being
pag-explain
with
ta kang ano,
Camarines Sur. And
equation.
another
Pag inapot na,
judge
ano, ano?
is a faculty of Philippine Science High School,
Sige.
Ma'am Evangeline A.
Narig ano,
Chavez.
maintindihan talaga.
Student of Naga City Science
Nag-ano?
High School from
Kung
June
nag-explain
16
kitang equation,
to
kung sakali
20
mag-apot sinda.
July
Paano na ko ani, arbi nga lang.
2018 and transfer
Baka kaya, atang
last
madali na
July
lang lugod sa ano.
2018 to Philippine Science
Mag-ano?
High School.
Okay, explain.
Then she also finished
Ang ganda ng cellphone ni
her
sir. Pang
bachelor
gaming, ano?
of secondary
Po,
education
gaming phone. Magayon pa camera. Magayon pang
University of
RAM.
Nueva Cáceres since 1985 and finished her master's degree in Ateneo de Naga University. I met Ma'am Evangeline Chavez in our MPAC competitions 2 years ago. Angie, thank you for being with us today. And our next judge, so bago kami pa para
Judgeless.
ano ni, papagod na talaga yung ESPS, ano guys?
Mas bago nakabulit.
Miss Desiree is
Ayun.
always one of the judges
Sada ba?
any competitions for mathematics. This is maybe because Des is always having the heart to help our division also to achieve in other ways so that mathematics could be seen
May teacher ba siya?
another side.
May in-top school pa yan.
Ha?
And then she is
Sa teacher yan.
a DOS scholar of Bicol University, graduated Bachelor of Science in Education major in Mathematics,
Sorry man.
cum laude.
Kala
In-top
ko
school.
teacher.
And also,
Naglig lang. Wala sana.
he finished his master's in science, a scholar
19,
of
edi mga ano na siya, mga 30 something.
last 20,
Parang 20 years old lang ano.
Hindi ako qualified
Five.
na may UNES na ako sa MA.
Aside from that, she also
Master
started
ang katong
her master's degree at Ateneo de Naga University. And this time, she is a master teacher of Binaor National High School and a mathematics trainer of our division. With this judges that we have, we are very assured that we could select the first set of winners for investigation in Camarines Sur. Number one, with this
Unang pag ano ni, math
and at the same time,
Mm.
sa
since
Kung itong binabasa
the results is
train. Ano?
my dear participants, please give your trust out of them. I know very well.
tapos,
They will
halimbawa
always
lang,
give you an
may example
inspiration
yung ano natin.
and at the same
Select
time
yung
wisdom
mga
on
investigation.
how you're going to
Example yung
improve
ginawa natin.
your
Sa
skills.
kanila cube naman.
And then, God
Tapos
bless to
yung
all of
ano,
us and
ano na, quadratic.
enjoy this day of
Yung cube medyo hindi ko
Thank
na-gets
you
kasi
very much.
yung ano,
Ma'am, may number na po ako.
may nilaman lipin.
Yun na may line, nakaano ko na.
SMS
Order ko
yun.
na po.
Thank you so
Ay,
much, Ma'am Sarah.
nakuha ko na yung pag ano.
Results are always determined as we
Pero sa drumstick,
certain
drumstick kasi mabigat
I'm
ka.
sure it is always scrutinized by the experts. Let us have the head of this activity, our very
Sa
active
ballpen, hindi pa din.
Mathematics coordinator,
na ako.
for
Gawin yan?
Sa ano?
Ano yung gawin?
information and practice
Pero bakit panlalaki?
Mr. Ronald P. Enciso.
Di ba naman sige namin ka itong senior high ba
Pero siya baro.
Pero bakit panlalaki? Panlalaki?
Ang babaeng.
Panlalaki.
Ayan, sige na lang natin na ito ka graduation. Bro.
Hindi na lang ni Pigalaw ta okay naman na rin mga long gown pati. Abo ko man kag ano, kaya niya na siya daw long gown. Bukuman.
Magiging pati, tapos nag-oran ka, ano, nakalonggaw.
Ako man, no?
Baby girl.
Yan, joke lang. Ano yun, nadayan ma'am kayo po?
Ano, pwede naman yan, di ba?
Hala, kada ako lang. Ilan, no? Sunod-sunod.
Di ba naman ako naman?
Sequence.
Chat batas kayo, ma'am. Ano na lang.
Hanggang doon sa puro.
Eh, si ma'am dyan, ma'am, di maabot mo yun.
Ano? Mga judges to?
Ari.
Itong sa bago.
Ay, yun na.
Program pa
Contest
lang.
proper na.
Ata.
Sure, done. Isa itong, ano, isa itong mga tigbara sa sino man, di si Reggie.
Mga ano, mga
Judges to.
Ano?
Sino ang una?
Balagon bagang ano.
Pangatlo ata tayo, no?
Ha? Dahil?
Hindi, naghahapot ako.
Oo, ata.
Maruleta ng
Ayun siya.
kapalaman.
Ayan.
Nag-aabot pa lang kung maabot ka na.
Wow! Siguro si Ma'am Jen nakakakila.
May isabli na naman di akong laptop ng
Sabi ko na kaya. Ma'am
Mga
Jen,
palit
yun,
lang
ang
ang F5
yun na
mo.
lang yung sinublay ko.
Tapos ano,
Ayun ako, ito.
minibus.
Photocopy ko na
Ano
yun.
naman ito? Ikaw magdala, kila ka.
Ano yan?
Ikaw, ilan ka mo itong arugay, tas lunggawn pa.
Messenger man siya.
Like, nakuha kaya ako, tapos tama-tama na. Si Ma'am Kamot, si
FPS.
nagdadalagan ako sa maririsa ako, kukurin para.
Yan ang ano, sir.
Malita na para ko
Proper.
So, kamusta man daw ang FPS ta sa India?
Ma'am, si PPR mo pala, ano ba ang itong to? Nasa susunod, to the type of dante.
Ay, hindi pa, hindi pa.
Papalitan ka sa
Apo, siya po.
Ano yun, di pa kami nagyan kung ang number ko yun.
Dahil wala pang sinasabing
Hala, naraot din.
Ito yung ano,
baka kaya ano kan, baka kaya ano na conversion.
Pag nahulog talaga yung mga ano.
Hindi, yung ano
So, mainot
kasi,
kami para tapos to.
alam mo, nakasuksok.
Masakit man, basta yung ginagawa mo man yan, mga kalaban mo.
sa DTR. Ay, sana.
Mari putik-putik ano ay.
Eh po.
Naraot tuhod.
Si Ma'am Elvin Garang. Ay, guidelines na.
May ibang sound.
May ba may katara?
Sir, nakamute
Kaya
ko.
man, yung ano, yung audio input.
Wala lang.
Hindi ano may purpose ka na.
Hello, hello.
Ay,
Tapos naka-on
ayaw
mic.
ko yung camera talaga. Program pa lang po, ma'am.
Ano, zoom.
Sige daw, judges. Mga teachers at
Tapos mapupunta mo dun sa dulo.
Lente.
Ha?
Hanggang dun sa green.
Tungod ako digdi.
Parang hindi mangyayari yun.
Kaso may
ah, ah, ah.
Mga mic test.
Naboboard na ako.
Close ko lang.
Sorry.
Baka magtawag sa chat yun.
Wait lang. Di ba ka nagbababa? Oo. Hindi ay, sorry.
Pero yan sa
Ayan.
si mouse mo.
Ah,
Yan.
hindi.
Pasensya na, may kalikit na.
Pero kaya
Again, good morning to everyone, especially to our SDS, Mongolia and
Sir,
Ilea,
yan sa,
for the
ikis ko
support
ni.
given to the Mathematics Department of
Okay na.
Division of Council, especially the secondary group,
Pa tayo.
to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Sueño S. Lozada Jr.,
Ay, ni.
again for the support, being a mathematics major also. And our head in the math department, our ES and mathematics, Ma'am
Sino ko
Sarah Christine T. Godoy, and the rest of the district coordinators in mathematics from the different towns of Camarines Sur, especially the secondary group. And we cannot count also the support of the different schools who participated since the beginning, the selection of the contestants from the district level, the school level, district level, and then the division level, for us to come up with the five best mathematics investigation write-ups to be presented this morning, and we select the best among them. Uh, my salute also to
Ayaw
the
sa left.
coaches for their effort in helping the students come up with their
Kaya
mathematical
kaya yun pag dito.
investigation. This morning, I am
Ang
tasked to
cute.
give
Dito,
the
dito.
virtual guidelines so that we will be guided on what to do as we present our
Ano to, Mon?
write-ups in front of the panelists
Ha?
Payo
virtually.
to.
Alin?
So
Middle
my wish is
Elisha
that
Oliva.
you do
Hindi
your
ko naman
best
din
so you
Elisha.
can convince
Eliza
Tama
M.
man niya.
Olivares.
our
Olivares mama niya,
panelists
hindi naman
that
sila
you
kasal.
have done your best in
Yung
your
Hindi
middle
naman
name ng
kasal.
mama niya.
investigations. The first is
Hindi naman
that
pwede kasi magiging
you are
magkapatid sila.
required to
Oh.
submit hard copies and
Ah,
digital
ganun ba yun?
scanned copies of the complete
Ako
write-ups
nga
of
kapatid
your
ko pala si
mathematical
mama. Marcy.
investigation. It was done already 7 days ago. We have the hard
Pag
copies with
nagkikita na
us
kami,
and also
sasend
the
ko.
scanned
Tapos may
copies
nakakita sa
that
amin kaibigan
we
niya.
send to our panel of
Yun
judges.
lang. Tugang mo dako
The
dito.
management also will send the digital scanned copies to
Opo
our
ate.
panel of judges for them to be able to browse the contents ahead of the competition day. That is done already. Number three guideline, your submitted mathematical investigation write-ups is now in the custody of the safekeeping of the
Custody.
SDO Mathematics Department Secondary for future reference.
Future
Number
reference.
four, the platform to be used is Google Meet. That is what we are using now. The
Or
management will send
meet.
the link to all
Or
participants through their coaches. Done already. Also, we sent to the judges, our SDS, ASDS, district math coordinators who will serve only as audience. Silent lang po kayo dyan. And the contestants to be sent by their own coaches. Mamaya, you will be doing your task, presenting your write-ups for the judges. Number five, each entry is given 5 to 7 minutes time to present their mathematical investigation in a PowerPoint presentation,
Buti lang po
orally
kayo ng PowerPoint.
explaining and discussing the content
Sa'yo.
of their findings in digital platform, again, the Google Meet. After they present, interpolation and questions shall be asked by the panel of the Board of Judges one at a time to be answered by any of the team members within the remaining minutes allowed for every team, a maximum only of 20 minutes, including or inclusive of the presentation.
20 minutes ang ano, question
Number
and answer.
6, the rubrics for assessment and validation published by UP
Grabe ang mga
NESMED
tanong
and
mo.
UST SEI for math investigation
Ano,
shall
20
be
minutes?
used for
Maximum of
rating
20 minutes
contestants.
Oo.
It was already sent to the coaches and also sent to the judges
5 teams.
for them to have the guide.
5, 10.
The management decided to
2
drop
hours.
criterion F since we are doing it virtually, not face
Ito may
to
pupuntahan na pa.
face, because it refers to the poster of the entry. Number 7. Ito na po yung rubrics in assessing the mathematical investigation published by UP NESMED and UST SEI. So I would just to share this to all so that you will also be guided, including the district mathematics coordinator. Ito na po. We have several A, B, C, D, E, F talaga siya. Naka-rubrics po siya. The maximum points of some aspect or criteria is 15 and the others are 9 points. But we dropped letter F criterion already. Okay, yan po. 2 page lang naman yan. Anyway, nasa inyo na rin naman yan, mga district coordinators. Okay. Practically, ito po yung criteria natin for this event. Letter A, problem investigated, composed of 15 points. It includes clarity of the definition of the problem, also the complexity of the problem, and the
Ala,
clarity of how the
complexity.
problems is generated from a given situation.
Ayaw po, ma'am.
Second, we have the conjectures formulated. It is also 15 points, and
Wala pa ako.
including conciseness of the statement of the conjectures and clarity of how the conjectures are generated from the data. So that is letter B. Letter C, we have testing conjectures for 9 points. So it will include, the judgment will include how extensive the testing has been done by the contestant in their math investigation. Then the next criteria, letter D, the content of the justification, explanation, and proof. That is 15 points. What are included here? It includes the accuracy of mathematical ideas involved. Another, the organization and conciseness of presentation of mathematical statements. The third, included here, the completeness of justification and explanation and proof given in the mathematical investigation. And lastly, for letter D, justification or the proofs on different ways and suitability of one of these to the learner's ability. So that is letter D. And then letter E, the extension formulated by the writers or the researchers. So it includes clarity of statement of the extension and the clarity of how the extension is generated from the data gathered. 7 is the seventh of the guidelines po. After giving the different criterion, the decision of the panel of judges is final and irrevocable. We rely on the expertise of our panel of judges. Number 8, we will be declaring top 3 winners,
Miyerkules, ma'am.
and they will also receive prizes other than the certificate of merit for both the coaches and
Ay,
the
may
contestants. May konting cash prize din ang mga contestant natin.
narinig konti.
Number 9, all participants are to be awarded the certificate of participation for the effort extended to come up with their entry for math investigation. This will just be released later on since we are doing this virtually. Number 10, and the last of the guideline for your strict adherence. So the guidelines, mamaya po pag-present, I would like to add, when the contestant is presenting, ang mga microphone po naka-mute, the district coordinators are also naka-mute, but they will just listen on how the students presents. Kami rin naka-mute. Only the board of judges, the panel of judges, will ask questions to our
Sabay ba tayo
students,
sa huli?
and only the students will also present. Hindi kasama si coach. Si coach,
Hanggang dito lang ang
nasa
lakas
behind
nila.
the scene lang po si coach. Pero naka-online din siya to support. The moral support is needed by the contestants.
Suway-suway ko kayo kay, ano po.
So, thank you very much and good luck.
Ang ano po.
Congratulations na rin sa lahat ng mga contestants for this final division finals, because you are already winners in your congressional districts. Of course, we are going to select the best among the 5 finalists. Good morning and good luck to all.
Yan naman.
Parang nakita ko na siya.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Again, I would like to request first all those who are online, 20 na tayo ngayon nandito, only the board of judges ang naka-on ang microphone, and of course the contestants.
Ayun po,
This
sir.
will be
Ayun lang.
the sequence. We
Trader po.
will be following the sequence of your congressional district from
Si sir
first
po yun.
district, second district, third district, and
Oo.
fourth district po. Once the first district is through with their presentation, and Mariel will be working again as the timer with Ma'am Ana for 20 minutes time.
5 to
Make use
7
na lang
minutes po ang
again, then you will
recording.
just signal for that time is for 20 minutes so that will
2 minutes
the
and
contestant are
20.
guided properly.
20
So,
minutes.
once na nag-start na po
Kasama na ata
tayo,
yung
Matatapos
only
hindi
the
pa
first
tapos ng 30
congressional
minutes.
district
Grabe naman.
contestant from Ragay Science Math Oriented High School or RS MOS ang ma-present yung dalawang contestant nila. Open, of course, i-open ang camera and of course the microphone. The coach will just be behind. And of course, i-open din ang ating mga judges na karado na rin sa kanila. This will be followed by the second district, the third and fourth district. May I just check po kung lahat po ng student participants are with the coaches already? Can I know?
Sure na.
What about Sir Jomar? Okay, ako sa imo. You can
Sorry, ma'am.
unmute ng microphone mo na. Sir Jomar.
Si mga back subject ko tani grade 10.
Your student participants, Congressional District number 1.
Maon may kita.
Sir
Maon.
Jomar.
Sige nagkakuha ka niyo.
Hello.
Ito yung ano.
Coach of First District, are your students ready? I'm just checking first.
Mag-ano lang, on mic ka na lang. Yes,
Hello?
sir. Yes, sir.
Para sa
Later.
Second District, Sir Erwin.
Magpaluwan ka sa imo.
Hello?
Ay na, sir.
Sir Erwin,
Balik ka man.
are your contestants ready? Hello?
Nag-left si sir, ma'am.
15 na lang.
Okay, ready. Second District, are there.
Namin siya.
Mamaya yung presentation ninyo ha. Third District, we have
Minute ko na.
Sir Sardino. Are you in?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
Sir,
very good. Fourth District. Fourth District. Are you
Hindi
in?
naman kita yung ano.
Contestant.
Nandito po.
Your contestant. Your contestant. May I see? I-open to ang video. Camera.
Okay, here. Nandiyan po,
Okay,
sir.
okay, very good.
Hindi na ko
Please.
naman nakita.
Ma'am Bado?
Sir, ready po, sir.
Okay, ready. Okay, what about Jomar? You are the first one. Sir Jomar?
Naman ako iba na iling contestant.
Hello?
Hindi man nag-open.
Sir Jomar?
Amo, sir,
Sir
madam.
Jomar.
Hello, Sir Robert.
Okay na,
May
ha?
klase,
Ha?
may klase po kaya ako, Sir. Nagmamonitor lang po.
Sa contestant mo,
Nakaready na po, Sir.
asan siya? To sila mauuna. Kindly let
Yeah,
them open the, alin dyan?
Si Ma'am Crush.
Pakodyo, okay na, okay. Sige.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, ma'am, our judges, nandyan si Ma'am Banji, si Ma'am Samuel Steve, hindi naman nagpahiling Ma'am Desiree. Your camera. Yeah, beautiful. And of course, Ma'am Chris Reyes. Okay, okay. So, when I give the signal start, the group of, sino, contestant ng number 1. Okay, Mabuelo, ma-present kayo. Ano,
Ang
ma-present?
tatlo po ko.
Okay na? Ready kayo? Ready na? Okay. Time starts now.
Start agad, ano. Wala pa nga yung presentation. Hindi pa siya nagaan. Share screen.
Maduga na ni Sir. I can't watch.
Bye. Enough.
Solving the puzzles of mathematics
Ang
can be
simple ng
challenging in a
title
number
nila.
of ways.
Haba kasi
Yet, we
sabi.
crave for in-depth understanding nonetheless and infinitely searching for solutions and answers to feed our curiosity. Good morning, everyone. I am Carla Ashley Quinones.
And I am Nicole Angela Bacudjo.
We acknowledge the presence
Face
of
mask
our
lang nakikita.
co-participants, coaches, judges, SDS, ASBS, and district math coordinators today as we explore our own
Ano ba yun?
education through our math investigation.
Marinig nga
Here,
tayo
we
yan.
are to cover the background of our study, statement of the problem, conjecture, counter-conjecture by contradiction, and our recommendation. To start with, we have here a problem posted by an online Facebook page
Pero
or
wala
its
nung
title,
sound.
which asks for the value of x plus 4xy plus y all over 2xy minus x minus
Intindi nila
y
daw.
Nag-ano
is
na?
65 raised to
Hindi pa
x is equal to
nagpe-present ng ano.
Oo nga.
1150 and 30 raised to y is equal to
Hindi sila
1150.
Ang bilis.
nagpe-present ng
In
ano.
an attempt to answer this, we present a logical solution provided by the same reference and alternative solution. According to their logical
Parang si ano.
solution, if
Parang senior
65
high na
raised
din.
to x
Oo.
is equal to
Senior high naman kita.
1150, then x
Ano?
is not equal to 0.
Mukha lang ano.
Multiplying an exponent of 1 over x
Pag
both sides,
senior high na kami,
we
sir,
would then be
mapalit
able
na
to
kami kayong
cancel the
uniform.
exponent x
Daw,
of 65
daw
Kailan kita
online.
65 is equal to 1950 raised to 1 over x.
Senior high na tayo, ganito ka rin
Similarly,
uniform.
the process
Excuse me.
classification.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Pero kindly take note of your presentation kasi nasa first slide pa lang yung presentation niyo. Kindly look at the presentation first.
Hello po. Wait lang po.
Okay, thank you.
Mali si naka-display sa inda, mali si naka-share. Duwag ang monitor ninyo.
Wait lang po.
Tapos,
Naka-technical.
Sorry for that
Naka-ano na Sindo.
grabe na si Efo.
technical.
Tapos nag-go sila sa introduction.
Nasa extension na. Charot.
Minus 5 sinda dyan.
Why?
Trader. Nag-interrupt ano?
Can we repeat po?
Is deduct points.
Okay lang, you can go on, but kindly take note of your presentation because I think what you are saying is not being shown on the screen. So I think it should be simultaneously done
Problema kaya kayo
for us to better understand what you are discussing with us. Thank you.
Sino?
Ulit ka po sa phone.
According to their
Sinabi na
logical
ito.
solution, if 65 raised to x is equal to 1950, then x is not equal to 0.
Wait, Garcindo.
Multiplying an exponent of 1 over x both sides, we would then be able to cancel the exponent x of 65 and arrive at 65 is equal to 1950 raised to 1 over x. Similarly, the process applies to the equation 3e raised to y is equal to 1950, where y is not equal to 0. Multiplying 1 over y to the exponents of both sides of the equation, we get 30 is equal to 1950 raised to 1 over y. With the multiplication of the two equations, we arrive at 1950 is equal to 1950 raised to 1 over x plus 1 over y.
Mama din.
Since we have the same basis, we can then equate their exponents and draw an equation where 1 over x plus 1 over y is equal to 1. Further, multiplying 1 over xy all over 1 over xy to the expression 4xy plus x plus y all over 2xy minus x minus y by substituting the value of 1 over x plus 1 over y, which, as previously mentioned, is equal to 1, we will have 5 of the value of the expression. Alternatively, solving for the value of x and y, we have 65 raised to x multiplied by 30 raised to y equal to 1950 times 1950, which is also equal to 1950 squared. By getting the prime factors of 1950, we have 13 times 5 times 5 times 3 times 2, all raised to 2. And through regrouping, we have 65 multiplied by 30 all raised to 2. By applying the power of a product property, we get the equation 65 raised to x times 30 raised to y is equal to 65 squared times 30 squared. Hence, the value of x and y are both 2. Taking these values and substituting it in the equation x plus 4xy plus y all over 2xy minus x minus y will generate a result of 5. Representing these into variables, we get the following conditions. A raised to x is equal to c, b raised to y is equal to c, a is not equal to b, and
Ayoko nung
AB is
ganyan-ganyan
equal to
mga ano,
C, where A, B,
native
and
na.
C are elements of positive integer and X is equal to 2 and Y is equal to 2. Further exploring this problem, we have assigned the values of A
Pwede mo
and
ba lang
B
to, sir?
as 5 and 4
Pwede
respectively.
pa rin ibaba.
Considering the aforementioned conditions, we can arrive at equations 5 raised to x equals
Karga
20
hanggang.
and 4 raised to y equals 20. To get the value of x and y, we multiply these two equations. Find the prime factors of 20 and equate the exponents since we have the single bases. By doing so, we have found out that x is equal to
Nilusin
2 and
dumagmas.
y is equal to 2.
Ang
By
dami ng tubas.
substituting these values in the equation x
Ipit
plus
ni parang
4xy
katarangan.
plus y all over
Di parang yung
2xy
kataran.
minus x minus y, we likewise
Yung
get
atang
the value of
nagkataram.
5.
Yan, yung gano'n din ang kataran.
However, upon
Low.
directly substituting the value of x and y to the problem, we
Pinapakita ko
notice
sa
that
dulo
it
yun.
does not satisfy the equations. As shown
Tinouch
here,
screen.
5 squared and 4 squared are both not equal to 20. Same goes to this next solution, where a is equal to 9, b is equal to 8, and c is equal to 72. Following the similar process, we get 2 as values of x and y and 5 as the value of the expression x plus 4xy plus y all over 2xy minus x minus y. We would also see that the value of x and y does not satisfy the given equation. From these, we draw an observation that there exists no set of values for a, b, and c to satisfy the conditions a raised to x is equal to c, b
Wala pang
raised to
sila sa
y is equal to
conjecture.
c,
Oo nga.
a is not equal
Tingnan
to
mo ang
b,
ano,
and
screen ko.
ab is equal to c, where
Pwede daw.
a, b, and c are elements of positive
Halatang ano.
integer and x
Second.
is equal to 2 and y is
Ito rin
equal to 2.
malinis.
With that observation in hand, we tried to
Ito
investigate the
magandang salita.
validity of 2 as a solution to the problem. Is 2 really the answer to the problem given the logical solutions made? Or does it mean that no matter how logical solutions are, the situation will
Open pa
always
yan.
be erroneous if the values of x and y are equal to 2? With those questions in mind, our investigation aimed to prove that there exists no solution for A, B, and C such that A raised to x is equal to C, B raised to y is equal to C, A does not equate to B, and AB is equal to C, where A, B, C are elements of positive integers and both x and y are equal to 2. Thus, we draw our conjecture stating that there is indeed no solutions for the problem given the aforementioned conditions. To test our conjecture, we tried to recreate the first two equations by changing the values of a and b.
7. Ay, 5.
C, in equation
Ay,
3
4.
raised to x equals 21, 7 raised to y is also equal to 21. If x and y are 2, then we will get different answers for 3 raised to 2 and 7 raised to 2. 3 raised to 2 is equal to 9 and 7 squared is equal to 49. Going back to the condition, it must equate to 21 since 21 is 7 times 3. However, it does not. This similarly happened to equation 11 raised to x equals to 44 and 4 raised to y equals 44. Raising 11 and 4
Baka
to
pinasa kayo
2
sa
does not
ibang
arrive at
lugar.
44 as the answer. If this is
Ah,
so, then our conjecture might be correct. To prove that conjecture, we assume that a raised to x equals c and b raised to y
Siguro
equals
pag may
c
ano
and a
sila,
is not equal to
pag
b and ab
fraction yung
equals to c,
exponent
where
nila,
a, b,
kukuha nila
c
yung
are
ano.
elements of positive
Sarang conjecture
integers
na sa inyo?
and x and
Kwan.
y are both equal to
Number
2
3 natin.
is true, then
Proving conjecture.
then if x is equals to 2, then a squared equals to c. Since ab is equals to c, by substitution, we can see that a squared is equals to ab.
nakikimero na
Thus,
ako.
we can see here that that a is equals to b, and that is a contradiction because a is not equal to b. By counterexample, if x is equals to 2 and y is equals to 2, then
Ano
65x
po
raised to
dapat?
1950 and
Pakilala.
30 raised to y equals 1950 equations are not true because 65 squared and 30 squared are both not equal to 1950. Therefore, we recommend
Tapos na?
that
Recommendation na
to
baga?
explore other
Police.
mathematical
Tapos na solo?
solutions such as logarithm. Moreover, it is recommended to further study 2 as the values of x and y using the properties of exponents and logarithm.
Kawawa naman yung isa.
Ano to ba?
Namumulto na. Okay na yun? Tapos na? Ay, oo, ito na yung ano.
Ano yung
Slides go. Tandaan mo. Flat icon.
Okay. Are you done now with your presentation?
Sana tanong
Yes,
sila.
we're done with our presentation po. Thank you.
Sana tanong sila.
Okay. So, first I would like to congratulate you for being one of the finalists in this mathematical investigation for the Division of
Parang
Cancer.
nakakatakot siya magtanong.
And also, prior to this, Dr. Enciso have already given us a copy, a hard,
May
actually,
extension
it's a
sila.
soft copy of your
Ano, recommendation.
mathematical investigation. Now, this is my first question. Of course, after throwing you my first question,
No.
I will also be giving the floor to other um, judges to ask questions from you. Okay po. So first is that conjecture your original conjecture?
No,
No
po.
po.
Why?
Hello.
Sa atin? Oo,
Yes.
sa atin.
No,
No.
it's not the original conjecture.
Okay. So if that is not your original
Anong
conjecture,
conjecture niyo?
where did you get your conjecture?
Our conjecture po is based on the observation. We just noticed that the values of
Kaya
x
nga.
and y and 2 is it doesn't satisfy the first two
Siguro nakita niya na
equations.
yung conjecture
However,
niya sa
upon
kaya niya
digging
tinanong.
deeper, we
Or-
noticed that
Iyo,
there are also other solutions that can satisfy the equation.
Ano
So
dapat
our point here
original?
is that 2 and 2 and 2 being the values of x and y does not satisfy the equation,
Yes.
and that
Ata.
even though the
Okay.
solutions
Ata.
are very logical, it does not
Okay po.
the mathematical situation does not hold.
Yeah, I do understand because you were discussing in your introduction that not all problems have answered or have answers, or basically not all equations have solutions, diba? So you have cited that in the background of your problem or in the background of your study. Now, I am just thinking kasi the relationship between the equations that you have presented in your background of study and also the conjecture that you are trying to discuss with us and that you are trying to convince us that that conjecture is having no solution. Now, my point
Oh,
is, kasi when you say
kung wala siya.
mathematical investigation,
Bakit?
there must be this what we call scenario or a situation wherein out of that, you are going to what? You are going to make a certain problem where somehow that particular problem is somewhat related to that scenario or to that situation or to that proven theorem or any mathematical
Oo.
statement
Sabi kasi
already.
nila,
Na parang this
sabi kasi
particular
nila
scenario
wala
will
daw
push you
equation yung
to
ginawa nila.
conduct
So
a
hindi rin
further
nila na-prove.
study in such a way that the
Nag-proving,
Dapat,
problem you
contradiction baga.
have,
Dapat
kumbaga,
lang
you
ano
have
ano yung
uh,
mathematical induction
in your
natin.
mind in relation to that what? In relation to
Kung
that
ganyan mga tanong okay lang.
equation,
Huwag lang yung
in your
mga ano.
case, is what
How
could
can you
be
apply it to you?
answered. So that's why I'm asking you kasi
Isipan mo na yan.
the
Para malay mo,
conjecture
ano.
must be coming from you. Kayo
Okay,
dapat yung
meron akong
mag-devise ng
naisip.
conjecture. Kasi that could be your what? That could be your study. And that could be what? The basis of conducting an investigation. That is, you are going to either
Nakakatakot
prove
na
or
maging nanay.
disprove your conjecture. So, yun yung lang point ko. So, if that would be the case, kasi the first thing that you must do as a researcher is to what? Is to research on possible related literature of your topic.
Related literature.
And
Research
another thing is that, yung conjecture kasi na nilagay nyo dito sa study nyo, that's why I asked you if that is your original conjecture and you have answered me na no. So,
Original to ba ganyan?
definitely, kasi
Tayo mo kita maghanap
honestly
saan.
speaking, when I
Original na medyo
received
ano.
Original
the
na
copies
kita
of
medyo
the
original.
the investigations, ano po, I actually searched the internet, ano po, and then look for a possible related studies or related literature in relation to this conjecture. But it so happened that nakita ko talaga yung eksaktong
Oh,
conjecture.
ayun, sabi sa'yo
Am I
ay,
correct?
tita. ma'am.
Talagang
Contestants.
May
ano,
nakita talaga siya.
talagang
Am I
day
correct?
pa lang siya,
Kaya parang
ano.
ito ang question niya tulos.
Sabi na.
Exact conjecture,
Ano,
ma'am?
sinerch
Okay,
niya.
conjecture that you are
Sinerch niya
trying
yung conjecture.
to
Parehas yung
prove to
lumabas dito.
us.
So, tinanong niya kung ano. Kung
Only that,
Sabi na
siguro,
meron yun.
nakikita ko lang
Hindi
kasi
naman tatanong
na
ang babae
how
kung walang hinala
you
siya.
were able to prove your conjecture. Or actually, hindi nga yun masasabi na conjecture. Yung kasi sabi nyo nga, that's not your conjecture, isn't it? Contestants?
It wasn't an original conjecture po.
True. Oo nga. So, ibig sabihin, if it was not your original
Parang talagang
conjecture,
judge yung nangyayari.
hindi nyo talaga siya conjecture. True.
Yes.
Pag
One
ligwak na
down,
simba.
one down na.
So, it was not your original conjecture, right? Tama ba?
Yes.
Opo. Okay. So, another thing is when I browse your proof, sige po, granted that that's not your original conjecture, so probably naisip ko na if that is not your original conjecture, then you will be presenting us your own way of solving or meaning of proving or disproving your conjecture. Kasi pag sinabi natin conjecture, hindi natin pwedeng sabihin na true ka agad yan. Diba? So, a conjecture can be proven or it can be disproved. Kaya nga meron tayong tinatawag na counter-example. So, if there is a particular counter-example of the proposition or of the conjecture that you are giving us, so basically, the conjecture can be automatically considered as what? As false conjecture. Kasi meron na kaagad counter-example. So, ibig sabihin, you were able to disprove the given conjecture. But in your case, nakita ko naman yung proof nyo na you made use of proving by contradiction. So, given that particular conjecture, ang ginawa nyo, you are trying to prove what? The opposite of your conjecture and then lead to this what we call contradiction. So, meaning, as to the process of your proof, if you will lead to the contradiction, so it's just one way of proving that the given conjecture is true. Because, kumbaga, if your conjecture is Y, so not Y is basically what? Y. So, meaning your conjecture is true. Pero yun lang, parang naano lang ako kasi this is just my notion of mathematical investigation na the conjecture must be coming from the researchers or must be coming from the one who are going to conduct the study. Or if not, yung conjecture ay hindi pa po siya napoprove or nadi-disprove. So, yun lang.
Tracein mo na siya.
Ito ang instruction ni Ma'am Grace sa kuya.
Tracing mo na.
Oo.
Grabe na.
I'll give the floor to the other panel of judges.
Oo. Dapat ko kung i-direct na lang
Kaylin's.
sa certificate kay Manda. Okay.
Ako na ba?
Ano ang
Okay.
ginawa?
First, I would like to
Yung parang problem that we
congratulate
have
Nicole and Kyla
conducted.
for actually presenting
Tayo nga gumawa.
investigatory and a
Wait
very
na lang. Hindi po.
organized. But I agree with Linda na actually nag-browse kami ng internet. Nakita namin ito. So kaya tinanong namin kayo kung talagang sa
Nakapay
yung
kami.
conjecture.
Tapos
Tandaan
sasabihin
natin
nila
na
sa
pag
judge.
sinabing mathematical investigation talaga, kasi may process talaga siya. Okay?
Yung conjecture,
Okay,
parehas yung
nabanggit
lumabas.
dito na dapat systematic yung exploration of the given situation.
Sabi po kasi ata,
I agree also that
busy yung
formulating
busy po
problem
yung
and
ano nila kasi
conjecture
may-
dapat nasa inyo, kayo ang
Kaya
gumawa.
tutukan na, no?
And the third,
Pinag-solo yung ano.
talagang nag-attempt kayo to provide mathematical justification for that
Sabi niya nga po,
conjecture.
may
Okay.
klase daw.
So, yan din kasi binasa din namin. Saka, I do notice also that yung sinubmit na papers, parang hindi complete yung na-receive namin. Pero dito kasi sa presentation niya, it's already complete. So, I think from the very start of the presentation of Mr. Ronald Enciso as a sir. According to him a while ago, it should be submitted. Am I correct, sir? Should be submitted 7 days before this.
Opo, opo.
But we
Actually,
have
also.
but we have only received 3 copies
Yes.
of the papers.
3 pages, ma'am?
3 pages.
Five, five
Sorry.
pages. 5 pages po yun.
Actually, sir, only 3 pages that we received. The page 1, the page 4, and page 5 of their paper. So I have just
Kumusta? Pati si Prof?
thinking na why it is not complete when in
Complete
the
siya, ma'am.
presentation it's already complete.
Ay, i-check ko, ma'am. Hindi ba nasan sa inyo na kompleto yun?
Hindi po.
Kasi naka-group sending lang yun sa inyo, sa inyo mga judges.
Okay, but we received only 3 copies of it.
So,
3 pages.
Separated kayo,
Sorry,
separated kayo
3
sila, ma'am.
pages. Opo.
They are separated scan copies, separate page 1 to 5.
Okay.
Baka na-mix lang doon sa iba.
Okay po. So actually, it's been already discussed by Ma'am Linda Tres Reyes. Yung pwede namin sabihin. So, nag-raise si Nicole. What is that, Nicole?
Yes po, ma'am. What do you mean po by not original conjecture? What we mean, when we said that our conjecture is not the original one, is that what we mean is that we made some modification on our original conjecture.
Okay, what is that? Guys, you are telling, you said a while ago that this is not your original conjecture. Am I right?
Modification.
Am I right?
Explanation na nila.
You mentioned a while ago
Ang conjecture
that
today, tapos
actually,
verify, ano?
okay.
Pero may nagkapag-usan doon.
Narinig ko bang tama? Kasi
Yung ano po, yung problem po, yung modification. Pero po yung conjecture sa akin. Gutom ka daw.
Ano ma'am? Barangay Science and Math Oriented High School.
Lima, oh.
Math-oriented talaga. Nasa pangalan talaga.
Nag-feedback po yung other device. Turn on.
Lumuwas na po ang iba.
okay, what is that, Nicole? Or Kyla? What is that?
We just want to clarify po that our conjecture is our own, and we just want to clarify po that the conjecture is drawn from our own observation, and that we just made some modification to our first conjecture drawn to the same data, to the same observation po.
Okay. Kasi I heard a while ago that you mentioned that it is not your original conjecture. Am I
Opo,
right?
what we mean po dyan is, yes po, what we mean po dyan is that we made the conjecture and then we made some modification. That's why what we are presenting is not the original conjecture, which
Siguro yung
means not the first conjecture that we
pinas nila
made.
dun sa ano.
Okay.
Pinasand na
Okay po. So,
presentation,
just a
hindi
follow-up question.
pinalitan lang
If
nila
that
ngayon.
is your original conjecture, as what you are saying a while ago, that you made some modifications, can you tell us the original conjecture, wherein out of that original conjecture, you made this what we call modifications?
Okay po. The original conjecture was that there exists no solution for A, B, and C such that A raised to X is equal to C, B raised to Y is equal to C, A is not equal to B, and AB is equal to C, where A, B, and C are elements of positive integers, and X is not equal to 0, and Y is not equal to 0. That was our original conjecture po.
Okay, so technically, they are just, kumbaga, technically kasi when we say conjecture, okay, so we need to this what we call, there must be this what we call leading situations, where in this situation, or this, kumbaga, preliminary proofs or inquiries might lead us to this what we call general, or so what we call conclusion or general statement. So ano ba yung inaano nyo? Ano ba yung modifications na ginawa nyo? Is it only in
Replace
is it only in terms of is it only in terms
Typographic
of
error.
giving particular value for x and y? Yun lang yun. Parang binago nyo lang yung values for x and y.
No po. What we are trying to prove po kasi talaga is that no matter how logical solutions are, there are still values that don't satisfy the problem or that situation do not hold.
Yeah.
From that conjecture, we can say that from that conjecture, it is a support that from that general statement po.
Yeah, I do understand, baby. Naintindihan ko kayo. Kumbaga, nakita ko kasi, di ba, ito yung present nyo. Tapos what you did is you just alter the values of the x and y variables. Isn't
Siguro
it?
typographical
But then yung
error.
conjecture, if you're going to look at the, yung sinasabi yung original, kumbaga, ang inalter nyo lang yung values ng variables x and y. Tama po ba? Tama po ako, Nicole? Medyo mahina yung audio ko.
Yes po. Kasi po, ang ini-imply po kasi nung kapag going back to the original conjecture which x and y are not equal to 0. Ibig sabihin po nun, even yung included na mga may points or like 1 point something,
Baka ganyan talaga uniform.
that's a solution po.
Hindi ko naintindihan
Wait lang po. If we're going to get the logarithm po kasi ng or exact value of x and y, those are not integer. So kung ibabalik po namin siya sa x not equal to 0, mamamali po yung conjecture.
Ang tinatanong kasi nung judge kung mayroong kung galing sa iba yung conjecture
Hindi ko
nila.
masyadong
Ang
naririnig.
pinopoint nila,
Pasensya, ang audio ka ay hindi masyadong.
yung equation.
Hello, Nicole?
Po, if x and y are not equal to 0, it means that it contains, that set of solution contains all real numbers, even though yung may mga decimals po. And from that po, we can say there is no, yung conjecture na po yung medyo vague siya or medyo malawak po siya kasi ang sakop niya po is mas malawak na set of values. Kaya po, nilimit po namin siya sa 2 and 2. Aside from that, there exists no solution for A, B, C.
Area
Covered.
Kapag
Pag di nila napatunayan,
Sa evidence, sa left,
wala
mas
na yan.
maano da akong may ano to? Napagkat to.
Marani kita sa may.
Sige, ganito na lang. Kasi,
Hello.
I got your point. Kasi yung original conjecture na you were proving to us is, kumbaga, there is only this what we call variation in terms of the values of x and y. So basically, you have shown us the proof na there is no possible solutions for the variables a, b, and c. And then, here is your conjecture. Actually, it's almost similar to the original conjecture that you are telling us, only that you alter the values for x and y, making x and y both equal to 2, right?
Hindi kasi nakukuha
Okay,
ng dalawa.
and then, upon showing us the proof, by using the proof of contradiction, you have shown us that indeed, the values, the variables A, B, and C also have no solution. Tama ba yung paka-pick up ko ng presentation?
Ang pinoprove naman nitong dalawa,
Can I
yung
restate po
conjecture,
yung
sinabi lang
conjecture,
no,
yung ibig
kasi
sabihin po ng conjecture?
siguro yung una nilang pinas, hindi ganun yung conjecture. Hindi sila
So yung conjecture, yung original conjecture po, yung first conjecture na ginawa po namin, parang po ang ibig
So,
sabihin niya,
original yung ano,
there is no
signature niya.
solution for that problem.
Maluloko.
And the alternate, tama po, 'di ba? Tapos ang modification po namin, ang nangyari is that there are values that do not satisfy the problem.
What do you mean there are
So, may
values that do not
that do not satisfy
that do
the
not
problem.
satisfy?
Search naman sa internet.
What do you mean values
The
for A,
problem.
B, and
And that
C?
it means
No.
for
Let
x and
me
y, given the value of x and y.
Yeah. So, nagigets ko nga, di ba? Yun nga sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina. Di ba parang kasi, sige.
Kukuha ng kapapamod.
So, ibig sabihin po nung
Pasensya kasi relying on your
yung
present
yung values of 2 kasi na x and y,
Pinapataram mo eh.
pasensya po kasi we're
the
relying
values
on
of
your
x
present
and y.
Ala, parang
Kasi po,
nag-aaway.
hindi na complete yung paper na na-receive namin. That's why, sabi ko kanina, while you were discussing, the presentation must be simultaneous with your discussion. Ano po? So that's why, yun yung napipick up ko dito sa screen na pinapakita. Sige po, you may go. Contestants.
So the values of x and y po na which is 2 is based from logical
Ganda ng color, brown.
solutions. So what we mean here is that
Hindi ko pa naubos ko.
true that even though from logical solutions that we made, that is still it is still erroneous. The solutions are still erroneous. The mathematical solutions are still erroneous.
True. Ayun na nga. Kumbaga, nabigay kayo ng values for x and y na 2, pero erroneous nga yung given equation. Isn't it? Given the constraints na binigay nyo doon sa conjecture or sa equation. Kaya lang, yun na nga ang tanong ko, di ba, what you did is you alter what? You alter yung values ng x and y. Am I correct?
We don't really alter po kasi
It is still based on our observation.
No, what I mean
we don't
is,
assign
Binago.
value.
sige po, siguro hindi tayo nagkakaintindi. Sorry, hindi ko masyadong na ano yung point nyo kasi I am relying in your presentation. Ma'am Desiree, ano ba, parehas hindi ko
Naka-mute ka, Ma'am Des.
Teka, nag-amin.
Ma'am Des, naka-mute ka.
Okay na po. When we say kasi mga anak, when we have a conjecture, an existing one, sabi nga kanina ni Ma'am, parang you're going to link this. So parang from there, you are going to create a new scenario. So ang sinasabi kasi ni Ma'am, or even this conjecture, existing conjecture is existing. And this would help in developing a new concept, if ever there is. Tapos, para kasi diba sabi ni Ma'am, in-alter niyo lang yung values ng x and y. Pero, tinignan ko naman yung kasi talaga kulang tayo ng yun din sinasabi kay Sir Ronald days before na, Sir, parang kulang ng isang sabi ni Sir, yun na yun Ma'am, complete niya, may pages 1, 4, and 5. So may missing talaga sa gitna and then we were relying kanina sabi ko sa presentation na sabi ni Ma'am na yung 2 pala Ma'am, yung 2 kasi po Ma'am, galing yun doon sa sinasabi nilang logical na solution. Tama ba ako? Mga anak. So, we do not want to naglagay lang sila ng x equals 2, y equals 2. Parang ganun ba mga anak? Hindi nyo nasasabi?
Yes po.
Yun po yun.
Ano daw yun?
So parang, kaya pala, even though the solution is logical, yun ang gusto nilang i-point. Pero yung sinasabi nila kasi when you go through the internet, we're going to search, there is an existing, nasabi nga namin, of course, we will not say na very similar. Similar lang, pero hindi congruent. So, by the way, congratulations kasi the extent
Tinapos na, congratulations. Hindi po ako
pag-prove and all, lahat nandun. Yun lang ang question is, kasi di ba, laging this is an original. This is something na kayo talaga ang gumawa. So, when answering, so pwede na siguro, there is an existing. Then, what we did was, we made proofs wherein
it has been shown that when x and y is equal to 2, kasi from the rigorous, kasi yung nilagay niya doon, x cannot be equal to 0, y is cannot be equal to 0. That is why you can multiply both sides. So doon nila nakakita na ang x, pag 2, y ay 2, hindi talaga
Yes,
nag-exist.
okay. Okay.
Okay.
And then
Which
one,
means, oo,
and then
pero,
one,
oo, yung hinahanap ko lang talaga namin.
Nasasabayin siya naman
Okay naman yun. Kasi nga, of course, anything around us, hindi naman yan bigla na lang nag-boom dyan without any difference. Kasi nga sabi nila, napupulangan kayo ng related lit, kumbaga.
yeah, correct. Kailangan talaga ng related lit.
Sige ma'am, kayo naman po, ma'am Panchi.
Anong related literature natin?
Actually, nasabi na lahat.
Ito yung ano pa
Pero tama yan si Ma'am Desiree sa si Ma'am Linda. Dapat talaga may related literature kayo. Kasi nga, in the first place, this is a research. And then if you browse the internet, then you see some related literature regarding your math investigatory project, you should parang include in your paper. Yeah. Kasi alam natin that the information is also available not only in our books but in our internet. Some of the related studies are also available in our internet. So yan lang. So actually, ang pinoprove lang naman ng grupo is though there is a logical talaga way of solving, pero hindi talaga makakakuha ng possible solution or talagang mali yun, x is equal to 2. Kasi nandito to sa proving conjecture by contradiction. They will be able to come up that x is equal to 2 and y is equal to 2, but proving or rechecking that to the original equation will not actually give the correct answer. Yan lang naman ang ibig nilang ipaabot.
So anyway, still I would like to congratulate you. So wag pong, kumbaga, wag pong magsasawa na mag-investigate. Ano po? So I'm still motivating the two of you to further investigate, if possible, other equations that might lead to this what we call no solution. So meaning to say, pag sinabi kasi natin na it follows this what we call logical process, that is true. Kasi meron talagang mga problems na we followed a logical solution. But it turned out that the solution or solutions that we got out of that logical process are not actually the correct solution for the
Kung naintindihan nila yun,
that's why meron tayong tinatawag, diba, yung mga extraneous roots. So okay lang yun. Possible.
Pinaka-easy.
So yun lang po, ang punto lang po namin dito is that you must be able to come up with your own original conjecture. And if in the event that the conjecture is not that very original, ano po, meaning that at some point, kumbaga, there is this what we call similarity to the existing fact or existing theorem or existing mathematical law, then at least you must be able to make some modifications in the sense that
Ano kaya kung
it
sabihin
would
natin yun, no?
stir up
Bakit
this what we
nambangan
call
tayo ng strict one?
yung tinatawag natin
20 minutes po ata.
intellectual yung intellectual yeah, na hindi talaga eksaktong parehas yung statement. Ano pa? So yun lang. So dapat it must be, kung hindi naman very original, at some point, meron naman pong pagbabago in the sense na yung pagbabago still somehow could make us curious in conducting an investigation so as for us to give a particular or a definite solution to that problem that we faced. Okay po? Yan lang.
Congrats, Nicole and Kyla.
Congrats,
Thank you. Thank you po.
Okay, congratulations sa inyong dua. My apology for not including the 2 pages. I thought it was all of the 5 pages that was sent. Not that yung dua. Ako kaya nag-scan kayo ito because Mr. the coach sent only me the hard copies,
Send sa
so I
kanya.
couldn't bring it to the panel of judges. That is why in-scan ko, the 5 pages scan, tig-send ko, pero yung dalawa naiwan pala. Anyway, ma'am, okay naman. We permit extension because we want others also to learn from not only the contestant but also the district coordinators in math in our division who are attuned now with how our judges give their suggestions and comments on the contestant. Congratulations, Nicole, Erasmus, very good presentation. And tama itong sabi ni ma'am,
Thank you.
continue striving for research. Kasi yan ang buhay ng development actually, not only for math. Okay.
For life.
Second, school head. Yes, action researches is always. Okay, for number 2, we continue para matapos agad. Ready na ba ang number 2, second district?
Yes.
Hello, you can open now your
Natatakot na sila.
your video, camera and audio, microphone. Okay. Ready na? If ever marami kayong gustong ilinaw pa rin, basta hindi masyadong mahaba, you can still rebuttal, ask questions to our panel of judges, so everything will be cleared. Okay? I think this time kompleto na yung scan copy na yan yung document forwarded to them. Because it's coming from your coach already.
Parang lang.
Okay?
San Juan ata.
The time starts now.
San Juan.
Good day, everyone. Introducing myself, Liam Pera, and I am Lian Trias Minalia. We are grade 10 students from San Juan National High School, Libmanan North District. Proceeding to our topic, entitled Infinite Infinite Triangles, the Mathematical Investigation. Our mathematical investigation of infinite infinite triangles is done for finding a rule and formula in which can be used to find the number of subdivided triangles using the number of layers with the use of formula and to throw together many observations into one idea.
OMG.
What is this equally subdivided triangle and its layers?
Nag-shake ako. Nag-shake ako.
As we can see here in the figure, these are equally subdivided triangles.
Katulad nung
These are
katulad nung nakalaban natin
first layer, second layer,
last
third
time.
layer, and fourth layer. That composed the triangle.
Di ba ganyan din ginawa nila? Triangle
Ano
din.
style ng explanation?
Ay, polygons.
Describe triangle.
Triangles are numbers and reversed in chronological order in relation to the term finite and infinite sequence.
Sir,
As we
parang
can
ano,
see,
hawig
the
nung
triangle at the side has 4-layered triangles. We say n is equal to 4 layers, counting all the possible numbers of triangles is equal to 27. How many triangles does the equally subdivided distribution of triangles have? In increasing value of layer, how about we add another 5 layers? What will be the total numbers of triangles? Ready, set, investigate!
Parang
Before
ano,
we
parang
proceed to our topic,
yung
what
last
is
kumbaga sir
obverse
na ano,
triangles?
yung last
Obverse triangles
nakalaban
is
namin
pointing
ng
upward, while reverse triangles is pointing
Ay, ano?
downward.
hawig.
On the
May
spot,
triangle din.
we collaborated examples of functions, numbers, shapes, or other mathematical objects. As our examples grow, we try to
nasa
fit
bilog.
individual pieces of information
yung
to a larger coherent whole. We note common properties of our examples and wonder if they
Ayoko namang
apply
shape pag
to all
equate.
possible examples. So this is the statement of the problem and the conjecture.
Ang simple ano?
Proving the conjectures.
Ala,
Given the number
proving
of
agad.
layers and the number of triangles based on the layers we sub n, which is the sequence 1, 5,
Siyempre, mahirap mag ano,
The
formulate
sequence of
ng
the
bago.
number of triangles is difficult to find the general term. Therefore, it will be separated to obverse and reverse triangle. And with reverse triangle, we will separate it to odd and even triangle. In finding for the general term of a verse triangle, the sequence piece of O 1, 4, 10, 20, 35, 56, 84, 120, the general term for a verse triangle is piece of O 1 over 6 n cubed plus 1 half n squared plus 1 third n. So we're done in a verse triangle. Let's proceed to reverse triangle.
Ang ano nila,
The
parang yung
sequence
sequence.
piece of R 0, 1, 3, 7, 13, 22, and 34. We note that it has the same equation in the first sequence. So we tend to separate it in even and odd number.
Pixelated ang number.
Finding for the general term of the sequence 0, 1, 3, 6, 10, 15, based on the table 1, which will be used the general term
Siguro
n
nahirapan
squared
sila
plus
sir
n over 2. Presenting the results of this equations is this. We know that it has a pattern. With this pattern,
Lahat mo
we
nata sir
have the
image.
general term a n squared plus b
Ikinapi
n
so
plus c.
picture ano.
So the sequence form in a n squared plus b n plus c is a is 1, 2, 3, 4, b is negative 1, negative 6, negative 15, negative 28, and c is 0, 6, 28, 68. And the general term for a is equal to n, b is equal to negative 2n squared plus n, and c is equal to 4n cubed plus 3n squared minus n over 2.
Ay, Diyos ko.
So yn plus n plus 1 over 2 and n over 2. This is the reason why we use n plus 1 over 2 and n over 2 because it is compatible to the term 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Tapos, ang pag-stamp po, ma'am.
Substituting a, b, and c in a n squared plus b n plus c, the result, the general term is for even 2n cubed plus 3n squared minus 2n over 24, and for odd, the result is 2n cubed plus 3n squared minus 2n minus 3 over 24. So as the result of investigation, the formula we got for even and odd number
Ala, baka i-copy
even
paste.
n times quantity 2n plus 1 times quantity n plus 2 over 8, and for add n times quantity 2n plus 1 times quantity n plus 2 minus 1 over 2. The investigation proves the formula in two ways: substitution and finding the general term. The table below represents the number of layers and the total number of triangles with extreme number of layers.
Ang ganda ng color dito.
So in the light of aforementioned result and findings, it is recommended that further investigation may be conducted in finding a formula which is applicable to both the even and odd numbers, or may investigate the connection to the binomial expansion. That's all for our presentation entitled Infinite Infinite Triangles. Thank you.
Ay na.
Sana hindi ako ma-mental block.
Mais ka, Neil. Huwag ako na mental block na yung charot.
Wala, pagkain lang ko yan kaya.
Ay, hilo ako, Neil. Uwi muna ako, Neil.
Leah and Ian, good morning.
Ano naman siya?
Good morning, ma'am.
Hindi pa kayo gutom? Okay, sige. So, ang tanong ko
Gagayun
na,
talaga ba? Rani mo daw kita
so
sa
sabi nga namin kanina sa group number 1 na before conducting a particular study or a particular research, you must be aware of the existing literature or studies in relation
Ano
to
yan, may ibig sabihin na
current
ano ka na pwedeng gamitin nila.
tayo meron tayo.
Are you aware that there is already an existing article about your research? And I think the title of the article is Triangle Tiling, and that I think can be found in Wolfram Math World. Are you aware of that?
Parang, apo.
There is
on our
Gagayon?
Nagsasabay
Sana
siya.
all. Ah, sige.
Based on our gathered data, there are some that in that particular article, but we do not copy that. We
Baka mabantag
included our own formulations and calculations about our
Sir, may picture ba po
about
ng
our
example
investigation.
nung binigay po sa atin mo?
Oh, okay, sige. One thing that you
Yung
did
example
not,
po mo,
kumbaga,
example.
we did not
Ayaw nga natin
copy
ipakita.
the rule
Yung
or
binigay mo po sa akin
the
example na ganito yung
the
gagawin natin.
proofs, diba, shown by that article, ito na lang yung tanong ko.
Message lang.
Kasi po, yung formula, diba, you're
Kung
trying
sakali lang kayo, sir, papailing. Kung sakali lang.
to know in your problem, you're trying to know the relationship between the number of triangles
Naintindihan niyo
that
pa
can
tong
be
tigre-report?
formed out of a given triangle by what? By creating
Araw ka naman
this
gusto kong
what we call
question.
layers.
Mga, ano?
Am I correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now, and one of
Gayon ko eh.
the purpose of your study is
Malayo
for
na
you
yun, sir.
to be able to find the rule that might, kumbaga, show the relationship between, diba, the number of what layers and the number of triangles that you can actually form out of the given triangle by simply what? By simply dividing the given triangle into several layers. Right?
Doon po kami nag-base.
Am I
Para
correct, contestant?
Sir po.
And based
Hindi ko
on
po
your
alam.
presentation, you have shown us, specific situation
Pwede po yun, sir,
wherein
sabihin.
you made use
Sa ano?
of this what we call values
Sa
for
literal
the number of for layers. So yung 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, and 4 layers. And out of that, of course, kumbaga, nagkaroon kayo ng tinatawag natin na inductive way of reasoning for you to be able to come up with a generalization. And that generalization is basically now your what? Your rule or the formula. Am I correct?
Ano daw?
Diba? So meaning, that rule can now be applied. Diba? Actually, there are 2 rules because you are mentioning there the number of layers for odd number, diba? And then the number of layers considering that the number is an even number. So even numbered layers and odd numbered layers. And based on your investigation, which are claiming, ano po, na you have actually arrived into different what? Into different rules or different formulas.
Lagi siyang may what?
Yes? Yes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now,
parang nananakot siya na.
when I look at your formula, diba? Yung formula nyo, tsaka yung formula dito sa
Google.
sa Wolfram World Triangle Tiling, yung article,
ay oo, nag-search
parehas yung formula. Ano po? Tama ba si
Gagi.
Okay? Parehas yung formula actually.
Hindi tayo delikado, hindi naman tayo nag-search.
So, ang tanong ko na lang,
ano yung formula natin?
what
Gagi ba?
do you think is
Di kami
the difference of the study that you have conducted, you have recently
pati yung
conducted
title namin mo.
to the article containing
Difference
also
of
study about this what we
digit na
call triangle tiling. Because parang nakita ko nag-focus din kayo doon sa formulas, di ba? Formulas or rules which you can use in such a way that you can actually find the number of triangles that you can form considering the number of layers. Diba? Okay, so ano po yung pagkakaiba nung study nyo? Kasi dapat, kumbaga, meron tayong tinatawag na state of the art. Kasi kung sabi ko nga kanina, kung medyo may similarity yung study nyo ngayon sa study which was already conducted before, then at least there must be this what we call a difference. Ano ba yung pagkakaiba ng study nyo Ngayon, ano po, compared doon sa study, na actually may na-publish ng article pa, di ba, sa internet, which is for somehow, the rules that you are presenting to us are actually also the
Mga
rules that
squared
you have
number,
presented
tapos
in the article.
palindromic number,
Ano po yung
two-digit number.
Based on based on our findings, as we can see here in our figure in the
Kinakabahan na siya.
triangle, the conjecture 1 is not accepted because the formula n times quantity n plus 2 times quantity 2n plus 1 over 8 is only applicable for even number of layer, and we will add another formula for odd number of layers, which
So,
is
hindi na-prove
n
yung conjecture
times
1?
quantity n plus 2 times quantity 2n plus 1 minus 1 over 8.
So in short, ano po yung difference? Kasi doon sa not saying original, ano po, doon sa ibang study conducted, when I investigated the formula, kumbaga, pag ginamit natin yung odd numbered value or the number of layer, it could somehow give us a remainder. May remainder siya. So, it would be impossible na may kasi hindi tayo makaka-form nun kung may remainder, meaning to say, hindi siya buong triangle. Diba? And that happens every time that the number of tiles is an odd number. But then, on the study
Kinakain niya ata yung libro ng math.
na-publish na nga, ang sinasabi niya dito is, in that particular case, in that particular case, wherein the number of tiles is an odd number, ano po, we simply make use of the concept, yung concept po sa floor function. I guess you are familiar with that function, yung floor function.
Hindi ko yun alam. Naglileksyon na siya
We are going to round down to an integer. So, halimbawa, ang result niya is 15.00125, like that. Ano po? Then we will run down the number to 15 because it's impossible naman to have that number as a number of triangles, right? That is in the case of what? That is in the case
okay lang na ganyan kasi may
an odd number
question,
layers. So, ano yung pagkakaiba? So, I'm just curious. Ano ba yung pagkakaiba? Kasi doon sa published article, yun na nga, magagamit mo pa rin yung formulas, yun nga lang, there is this what we call some deviations from the formula, not actually deviation but
floor function.
As to the result, kasi this yung formula will be used, pero as to the result, we are going to consider only the integer value. That's why gagamitin natin yung tinatawag natin na floor function, yung idea ng floor function. So, ira-run down natin yung result para makakuha tayo ng exact value referring to the number of triangles. Are you aware of that study? Have you encountered that as part of your related literature?
Ano daw?
No, ma'am.
So, where did you get that formula?
The first formula
Yung
we get for first layer po is n times quantity 2n plus 1 times quantity n plus 2 over 6.
No, I am already referring to the n formula. Meaning, yung general formula na ano po, wag na natin kasi nakalagay naman, 'di ba? Yan yung mga binigay yung particular values for what? For the number of tiles, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Tapos nakakuha kayo ng different rules, and then based on that, pwede kayong mag-generate ng tinatawag natin na general rule. Ano po? Di ba, sa paper nyo kasi nakita ko, may general rule na kayo. Ang tanong ko, how did you generate that general rule na for somehow, ano po, is just the same with the rule, ano po, with the rule presented in this article that I have read.
Nabasa niya sa article.
Okay, we get the formula by this sequence of layers and by the pattern that we got from that simplified form from that term.
Where did you get that formula?
So we caught up to this formula.
We do trial and errors pala.
So, Fancy, you have any question?
So, by the way, congrats muna tayo kay Dayan sa Kalian.
Tayo na
Actually, we talk about
Pa mo
this,
tatapos.
Lian and Dayan, when I read also an article related to your study. And at the same time, I even watched video on how to find the
Review na talaga
number
nila.
of
Ay, oo,
triangles
nga.
that you are referring in
sila.
your study. Kaya
Lagi
sabi
buti
ko,
lang
I'm
hindi tayo
surprised that
Hindi aram-aram.
it is in your paper, but in your paper, well, in fact, it is already in our internet. When we browse the internet, talaga, there is already articles about this, and even video, I said a while ago, even video. Kaya Linda is trying to ask you a questions, what is actually your research is trying to tell us. Well, in fact, it has already been published and ginagamit na ito ngayon. Kaya yan lang ang gusto namin malaman. Kasi sabi nyo nga, you mentioned a while ago that you have not seen this article or even watched the video, but it is already in
Pares ng
our
digits nila, iba.
internet. So what's the difference?
The difference
Generally,
in our findings
generally.
is that the formula that they use is just for even, but we tend to use it for the both, for even and odd numbers. So we've got to the final formula or the final generator.
Generally,
And
we did the trial and
further
error thing. We did so many
investigation
equations and also
Okay,
by
I
mathematical
understand, but
induction, we proved that
actually in the
we have
article,
formulated by our own
in the
minds.
article, it's not only for even, but it's odd, but it is clearly stated in the article that since there is a
May article
division, when you divide a particular number, kaya ginamit yung floor, kasi kapag nag-divide tayo, kapag ang layers and odd number, talagang there is a remainder of 1.125, which is actually equivalent to 1/8.
99
So if you're going to
times t plus
subtract
u
from the
times
formula for an even layer, subtract
t squared
1/8,
plus
you'll
u
be able
squared
to arrive
times
at the formula for total number of triangles if the layer is an odd number.
baka may mali pa dyan nila.
And then you get the point.
Di ba,
So,
ang ano
actually in
natin,
your, parang sineparate
parang
pa.
nakuha yung
When in
difference.
fact in the article, it's already
Tapos ang
been
nakuha natin
clear
formula,
stated
Hindi
that
parang
if it is an
lalo lang
even
ano,
number, this
napahirap.
is the formula. When the layer is an
Kasi
odd number, this is the
gagawin ko
formula
ito.
because
Mas madali
there
itong ano,
must be a
gawin.
decimal or
Hindi,
a
kaya nga gagawa
difference
ka nga ng
of
formula.
1/8. Kaya
So,
nakuha-
yeah, true. So if you are
Tapos
aware
mag-ano
of
ka na
this
lang.
article, baby, ano po, so I would just suggest
Substitution ka na
na
lang.
you can actually visit this
Hindi nga.
article. So if you are going to look at this article, you
Para
will
mag-ano,
notice
parang
that the
shortcut,
formula
para mas papadali.
is in terms of
Shortcut
in
pa
terms
natin
of a
ito.
piecewise function,
Hindi nga.
di ba?
Yeah.
Piecewise
Kaya
siya
nga,
in the
oo,
sense
ganyan.
na there
Pero
is
parang
this what we call
matagal yung process nito
particular
kaysa dito.
domain.
O, anong-
Kasi ano
Yun
lang.
yan, ba yung domain natin
madali
ay
itong-
even
Ano?
numbers. Meaning, what I
Madali
mean by
talaga kasi
domain
yan
is
yung
the number of
pag tinignan
layers.
mo.
And then, may another
pinapoint
domain
mo?
tayo na ang kinoconsider
Na ito na lang yung-
is
ito
yung,
na yung ano natin.
odd
Yung,
number.
ano, yung
That's why kung
formula
makikita
natin,
niyo
parang ano
yung
lang
formulas presented
Ano,
sa,
hirap lang
sa,
naman yung ano.
sa
Oo nga,
article
kasi
na
nga,
nabasa namin
required nga tayo gawa ng
internet.
formula.
Okay, it is actually
Problema.
presented as a piecewise function.
Pag wala kang formula, di
Meaning
wala
na,
din. Wala
na
din tayong ano.
may definite, kumbaga, there is a definite rule given this particular domain, meaning the domain, if the domain
Pag
is an odd
ma-present na kami, sir,
number,
naka-obs
and
pa.
then there is a definite rule also if the domain is an even number. Okay po. Okay, so,
Hindi
siguro
mo
na
sir,
lang,
pag
nakita ko na
nag-record,
lang doon sa
naririnig
slide
din yung
mo,
sinasabi
po,
dito.
na although sa article na nabasa ko, it was
Hindi
not
po sir,
shown
nag-record ka ng
really,
ano.
di ba?
Yung sinasabi natin dito,
process,
sir.
the
Okay,
process,
wala ka, sir.
how you were able
Post sa YouTube.
to show us the derivation
Para
of the formula.
Yeah.
Pero yung formula in itself
Ganda ko naman.
is exactly the same with the formula presented in
Medyo maganda ako sa
the
background
article
eh.
that I have read. Actually,
Sarili
published
po.
article. Yun nga lang, as to the presentation of what? Of,
Ano, sir?
of proof,
Medyo
diba? presentation of proof, parang naipakita nyo clearly, di ba, by citing, some numbers referring to the number of what? The number of layers, and then deriving this what we call rule, and then making a sort of generalization of these rules, and then verifying also at the first derived rule if the number of tiles is odd, di ba? Okay, tapos nakita nyo na hindi nga siya applicable, and then you made another, kumbaga, modifications in your proof, and you have shown us na, ito yung rule, di ba? Ito yung formula if the number of tiles is what? Is an odd. So yun yata yung nakikita ko na kagandahan in your study. Although again, kung babalik tayo doon sa problem, parang yung problem kasi, diba, nakalagay dito is to find a rule. Na kumbaga, although iba yung presentation nung proof na binigay nyo, kasi napaka-general nung article, although it was highly discussed yung proof, di ba? Nakikita ko naman kasi you made use of this what we call sequence, isn't it? Tapos nag-generate kayo ng general term. Doon kasi sa nakita kong article, hindi masyado siyang, kumbaga, discussed, right? Pero, given na po yung rule, which is actually the same with the rules that you are presenting to us, right?
So, parang plagiarism.
So, good job pa rin kasi you were able to what? To give us this what we call way of this proof. As to how you are going to verify. Actually, for me, hindi na talaga siya proving the given what? The given rules or formula or equations, Kasi, proving na siya, ang ginawa nyo lang is they try to verify it for okay pa.
Parang verifying the rule.
Yes. Pero existing na po.
Existing na yung formula nila. Tatawan lang sila sa kalokohan nila.
To both of you. That is why, yun nga, after verification, of course, we have seen na existing na talaga yung lecture. And then, could appreciate, of course, the rigor in proving the existing one. Kasi nga sabi nga nila, when you look at the article, medyo hindi gaano siyang siya. Pero for us na, sequencing talaga. Pagtingin mo, oo, kasi we are counting the number of triangles. But still, we're able to come up with a formula na gamit when it comes to odd. Kaya lang, yung kasi study na existing is for this, kaya nga piecewise siya. If in case, if it is an even number, ito yun. If it is an odd number, will apply the full function. So it was already stated. But still, you were able to come up with this. And then, whenever in the future, if you have studies like this, exhaust all means to see to it na, may existing pala, and then you will try to do something like this. Kasi parang, it is not an excuse nowadays to say that, I don't know really, I am not aware of that. So, with all the technology that we have now,
and add to that, Ma'am Desiree, now if there is already an existing rule, now why try to think of something na parang, paano kung ganito na? Ano na mangyayari? Parang ganun yung investigation, diba? The mathematical investigation is like that. You will not just stick with the, parang nandiyan na yan lang ang i-explore natin. So there are also possibility na, ito na nga. Paano kung baguhin natin ng konti?
Ako ay have a suggestion. In relation to this one, existing rule or existing formula. Kasi na-mention doon na applicable lang siya kung ang number of tiles odd or even. Why not investigate kung prime or composite?
Ay, ang galing ng utak niya.
Pwede rin yun, di ba? Investigate. What if the number of what layers is a prime?
Diba?
What if the number of
kasi yung nakita lang nila odd or even. What if the numbers are prime or
meron kaya? Meron kayang possible na formula?
Hindi ba? Ikaw, pwede yun sa'yo?
Diba?
Sa atin?
O, yun lang yung ano, yun lang yung kumbaga,
Ay,
suggestion.
upo akong
If ever
sabi ni Papa.
you're planning to
Pwede?
make an
Yun
extension
ata,
of that
pwede.
existing
Talaga?
study.
Kuha nga
Yun
ako.
yung figure mismo, after
Anong
having
kailangan?
this layer, pwede mo siyang i-extend, but if
Magpapalista
doblehin
ka.
mo siya,
Oh.
ano siya,
Yes.
So, yun yung concept
Nakabala.
natin ng math
over.
investigation, diba? Yan ang concept natin ng, kaya yan kasi ang nasa isip natin na pag mag investigate tayo, talagang exhaust natin yung, baka mayroon na nito, baka mayroon na niyan. Syempre, you're going to present your own
Parang
investigation.
tinutukoy niya
But
tayo.
we are all aware of that. Tama yun si Ma'am Desiree. Hindi tayo pwede magsabi na, "Ay, hindi ko alam.
Opo. And
Hindi
then
ko alam
also,
to."
opo, although it is already existing and your interest is there, do something or think of something na pwede siya mag-widen.
Yan.
Ano kaya kung ayusin ko yung figure, ibahin ko ang itsura niya?
Yeah. That's what you call math investigation. That's our concept about it.
She's raising her hand. Yes?
Actually, ma'am, we can also relate it to binomial expansion because it is a sequence of numbers that provides a method of expanding numbers without directly
Nag-explain lang
multiplying each factor.
Okay.
Doon sa extension yata yun.
Kaya nga. Di sana ito kasing usog-usog ko tuloy doon.
But they're trying to investigate the connection to binomial expansion. Am I
Hindi, okay lang
right?
yan. Para nakaharap tayo.
Yung binasa nila yung expansion.
Ka pa? Hindi naman yan.
So actually what we're trying to say na
Malapit ka pa.
this rule is already existing. So dapat sa investigation nyo, you will not stick to this but rather do something or explore something other than this. Yan ang ibig sabihin namin. Doon sa extension, after you explore possibilities, sa extension naman, what if another is like this? And
Actually, when we talk kasi ng extension, it's not actually na you're going to expand your study. But there are times na given this particular conjecture, na-prove nyo na tama siya, pwede rin natin sabihin na as part of our extension, where can we use this particular rule? Can we use this in this particular field? Diba? Pwede rin yun as part of your extension. Yun nga lang, dapat meron kayong kumbaga example na you actually applied, diba? This particular rule or this particular formula.
Hello. Mic test, sound check,
Hindi lang
pass.
pero nakafocus tayo na pag sinabing extension, we will always, kumbaga, widen the horizon of our study. Hindi lang naman yun. Kasi pwede rin na with this current study na okay, yung result ng study nyo, saan ba natin pwedeng magamit yung study natin?
Saan natin pwede magamit yun?
Kasi actually, isa yung sa pinopoint out when
Hindi
I
natin
attended
magamit kasi nga pure math
research
tayo.
seminar in UP.
Hello.
Na
Mic test,
marami tayong
sound
mga
check.
researches, maraming na-conduct na researches ang mga Filipino scientists natin, Filipino mathematicians. Pero it ends there. What do I mean by it ends there? Hanggang doon lang siya sa study na yun. Pero walang applications and walang further study. Okay? So, yun yung sinasabi ko when it comes to extension. It could be application, and it could be It could be a further study. Okay po? So, yun yung pag sinabi natin extension. So, sana, kaya nga, we are conducting this mathematical investigation para in the near future, that is what I'm always telling my students. Kasi I'm always giving this as a project to my grade 10 students. Except ngayong pandemic, kasi parang para sa akin, parang it would not be feasible on the part of my students to conduct a mathematical investigation in the sense na nasabay lang sila.
Kaya pala,
Kasi pag nag-conduct ka ng investigation, dapat hindi lang ikaw, dapat pwede rin na kumbaga meron kang kausap, diba? You can do the investigation as a group para mas kumbaga ma-explore nyo yung problem. Yung study nyo. Okay po. Pero I'm always telling my students na this is a very good activity in such a way na it will not just kumbaga widen your
Knowledge.
critical mindedness, ano po, it will not only
Mindedness.
kumbaga arouse your curiosity on mathematical concept, but it could help, di ba? The result of your study could help or might help in solving what? In solving problems that we are currently kumbaga facing, or it might help to solve problems that we might be encountering in the future. So actually,
Ano
that's
ang
the
mathematical
purpose of
induction?
conducting an
Mathematical
investigation. So,
induction
hindi lang siya
Parang
hanggang dyan
process,
lang,
no?
o formula
is the
lang.
process where
Diba? Hanggang dyan na yan.
prove mo
Tapos na
yung
yun. Okay
equation
na yung
na
research namin. Na-prove
ginawa mo.
na namin.
Good morning, sir.
Okay
Good
po.
morning, sir.
Morning po.
Okay, pero I do commend you ladies ha. Dea and Lian, kasi nakita ko naman yung effort doon sa paper nyo na kumbaga na i-separate nyo yung formula into different formulas, although yun kasi concise na yung presentation doon sa article as a piecewise function. Kayo kumbaga sineparate nyo at nagbigay kayo ng particular examples for you to be able to prove each of the given formula that you present. Congratulations! Ano po? Congratulations.
Congrats.
On ko na ba?
Anything you want to say, my other contestant?
Ay, shit.
May gusto kayong sabihin?
Wala po. Thanks.
Okay.
Kunti lang yung
Congratulations
Sir, di ka po
again.
nagan sa kantabay.
We would like to say thanks to
Okay. Thank you. Sige. Okay, ma'am, we would like to ask our judges working, diretso na lang tayo, ma'am.
At po, okay lang po.
Okay lang, ma'am. Tayo, mamaya daw alis si ma'am.
Alis pa
Tatlo pa. We do not limit anymore on the interpolation because we want them to learn from your suggestions and comments. Ano po? Pero yung presentation na lang kami na 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay.
Okay lang po? Sige. Okay, the third participant, Neil and Mary Princess, are you ready?
Sir, on mic. Yes,
From
po.
the third congress.
Ako
Okay.
kita, OMG.
Sige. Relax. Good luck and God bless. Your time starts now. Presentation.
Ikaw na nila mag Ikaw na mag, usog-usog na ako.
Slide.
Oo. Okay na. So, good morning everyone. I am Mary Princess Ann Vivares.
And I am Neil Cedric A. De Lima.
And today, we are here to share our knowledge about what we have investigated. But first, let us unravel what we are about to unfold. Allow me to unlock few mathematical terms. What is mathematical investigation? Neil?
According to Ronda in 2010, mathematical investigations are open-ended, meaning that it distinguishes itself from the problem solving itself. They do often not have a single situation, a single proof, or even a single answer. This can be approached with varying solutions and varying processes and proofs, thus making it open-ended.
So I, myself, together with my partner, are here from Pili National High School to proudly present to you our mathematical investigation entitled Difference of Non-Repeating Two-Digit Squared Reversed Numbers. So, let us proceed to our situation. So below shows the difference of two-digit squared reversed numbers. Let us investigate. As we can see in the following given, the numbers are consecutive, meaning it is in order. For example, 98 squared minus 89 squared. The succeeding term is 87 squared minus 78 squared, which is consecutive. We can say that the given is consecutive if the numbers itself is one greater or less than the other. In terms of their digit, for example 98 squared, we can say it is consecutive because 9 comes after 8. Their difference is just 1. So moving on to the statement of the problem. Statement of the problem. The study is concerned in investigating and finding the rule to determine the difference of non-repeating two-digit squared numbers and its reverse. Specifically, it sought to answer the following questions. The first one is, what is the relationship what relationship rather exists in the difference of non-repeating two-digit squared reverse numbers? And the second one is, can the difference of non-repeating two-digit squared numbers and its reverse be determined by tenths and units digits? We will know the answers after we tackle more about all this investigation. Let us proceed to our conjectures to be discussed to you by my partner, Neil.
We have concluded two conjectures in order to support our mathematical investigation. Our first conjecture: when a two-digit non-repeating squared numbers and its reverse is subtracted, the sum of its digits is equal to 18. When the two-digit non-repeating consecutive squared numbers and its reverse is subtracted, their difference is always 198. Our second conjecture is the difference of two-digit non-repeating consecutive squared number and its reverse is determined by the formula d is equal to the quantity of t plus u times 18 times 11 times the quantity of t minus u all over 2. In simplified form, it is written in formula d is equal to 99 times the quantity of t squared minus u squared, where t is equal to tens digits, u is equal to units digits, and d is difference. Moving on to the next slide, we have proving conjecture 1 through observation. Let's use the first given, 98 squared minus 89 squared. Their difference is 1683. If we add the digits of the difference, 1 plus 6 plus 8 plus 3, we will get 18. If we do the same to the rest of the given of the digits of the difference, will also be 18. In column 3, on the other hand, shows that if we divide the difference to the number below it, we will get 198. For instance, 1683 minus 1485 is equal to 198. In the last column shows the quotient of 198 and 18, which is 11. More examples of this conjecture are in this table. By determining the rule of given conjecture, let the variable t be the tens digits, then u be the units digits. Using the values we get on the table, we have created and obtained the formula d is equal to the quantity of t plus u times 18 times 11 times t minus u all over 2. When simplified, it will be d is equal to 99 times the quantity of t squared minus u squared. Applying the derived rule on the given examples. Let's use 21 squared minus 12 squared. Their difference is 297. Let's see if we use our formula, if the difference are the same. D is equal to the quantity of 2 plus 1 times 18 times 11 times 2 minus 1 all over 2. And if it's simplified, it will be 207, which is same as the example.
So let us move on. Proving conjecture 2 by using mathematical induction. The steps in proving conjecture 2 by using mathematical induction are verification, next is assumption, down to proving, and lastly is providing conclusions. So moving on to the next slide. Proving conjecture 2. The first step is verification. If t is equal to 2 and u is equal to 1, then we will have the quantity u plus 10t, the square of the quantity u plus 10t minus the square of the quantity 10u plus t is equal to 99 times t squared minus u squared. If we simplify it, we will have 441 minus 144 is equal to 297, which is equal to 297 is equal to 297. Moving on to the next slide is assumption.
If t is equal to k and u is equal to l. So, using the same equation, we just substitute the value of t to k and u to l, which is the square of the quantity of L plus 10k minus the square of the quantity of 10L plus k is equal to 99 times k, the quantity of k squared minus L squared. Our next step is proving. If u is equal to L plus 1 and t is equal to k plus 1, then it will be the square of the quantity of L plus 1 plus 10 times the quantity of k plus 1 minus the square of the quantity of 10 times the quantity of L plus 1 plus the quantity of k plus 1 is equal to 99 times the quantity of the square of the quantity of k plus 1 minus the square of the quantity of L plus 1. If this simplified, we will get 99k squared minus 99L squared minus 198L plus 198k is equal to 99k squared minus 99L squared minus 198L plus 198k. This means that both sides are equal.
Moving on to the next slide, we will now proceed to providing conclusions. Therefore, by mathematical induction, conjecture 2 presented was proven true. So moving on to our extension. So another investigation may be conducted to determine the following. A. If the rule in this investigation can be applied to two-digit non-repeating consecutive cubic numbers and its reverse, meaning if the given is now cubic, quadratic, quintic, and so on. So next is letter B, to determine if there are manipulations to the equation if the difference of the variables t and u are more than 1, meaning if they are not consecutive or the given or the difference of the digits of the given are more than 1. So we will know about it. So also, another investigation may be conducted to determine the most accurate way of getting the divisor 2 from the formula d is equal to the quantity t plus u times 18 times 11 times the quantity t minus u all over 2. In addition, the equation will be manipulated. Let's go back to extension letter B. If there are manipulations to the equations if the difference of the variables t and u are more than 1. In addition, the equation will be manipulated if the given was really not consecutive anymore. For example, 31 squared minus 13 squared. The difference of their digit is 2. 3 minus 1 is 2. So therefore, we will multiply the equation by the difference of their digit. In our investigation, the equation we conducted was originally has a quantity 1 in it. From the equation, d is equal to the quantity t plus u times 18 times 11 times the quantity t minus u times 1. It has times 1 in it, but since it is just 1, there will be no change if we doesn't include it to the equation. So we chose to just simplify it. So in this case that the difference of the digits are more than 1, the equation will also change. So also to the extension letter C, based from our investigation, we get the divisor 2 from the idea of the square thing, 98 squared thing. Because as we conducted our investigation, we noticed that if we doesn't divide the equation by 2, the answer will be incorrect. So, we do the trial and error thing, and by it, we hereby concluded that we should really include 2 as the divisor of the equation. So, let's move on to our closing thoughts. We live in the society saturated with mathematics. The mathematical way of describing things has become so much part of us. But then, we do not know about them. And today, me and my partner unravel another hidden beauty of mathematics. Any questions or clarifications po?
Okay. Neil and Princess, how are you?
We're doing great, ma'am.
Okay, sige. So, I have heard from your discussion regarding the extension. Yung letter B extension.
Yes
So, I'm
po.
going to read based on your paper. So, andito, if there are manipulations to the equation, if the difference of the variables t and u, meaning t for the tens digit and u for the unit digit,
Yes po.
are more than 1. So parang it is giving us an idea na the digit for tens and unit must not be consecutive, right? For example, yung binigay yung example na 31 and 13, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so 31 and 13. So you will notice that 1 and 3 are non-consecutive integers. Correct. Okay, and then sinabi nyo kanina, correct me if I heard it wrong. Ano po, kasi medyo may yung aking audio dito. Sabi nyo, there must be this what we call, kumbaga, manipulations talaga.
Yes.
So, does it mean that the manipulations might result to a different rule or to a different formula?
Yes, yes po. Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. Now, so siguro ito I will despise your kumbaga, your answer for that matter. Why? Because actually I studied carefully your research. Ano po? Although yung binigay niyong formula, which is to find the difference, ano po, between the squares of a two-digit number. Okay, where of course, definitely, yung isa must be higher than the other one. Yun nga lang, ang nakalagay niyo dun sa problem, it is only limited when these two digits comprising the two-digit number are consecutive. Isn't it?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
But then, I made my investigation on my own. Okay. So, I actually rechecked the formula, but unlike with your presentation, wherein you have tried to prove the given formula, which is what? Which is 99 times the quantity t squared minus u squared, wherein t is the tens digit and u is the unit digit, di ba? Okay. Now, unlike with the proof that you have presented, ako kasi, kumbaga sabi nga, in proving kasi, hindi lang naman siya limited into one approach. Kayo, nakita ko, ginamitan nyo siya ng mathematical induction. Actually, that's a very good way of proving yung mathematical induction. Kasi most of the theorems in mathematics are proven on the basis of that. Ano po, in mathematical induction. But on my part, I made a different proof by actually making use lang po of a simple algebraic manipulations involving what? Involving this what we call difference of two squares. That, di ba, alam nyo yon? That this is a special product. Halimbawa, a squared minus b squared.
Yes.
Di ba? This a squared minus b squared is simply equal to, if we try to factor it out, it will give us the quantity a plus b times the quantity a minus b. So in short, the factors of the difference of two squares is simply what? Is simply the product of the sum in difference of two terms. Isn't it?
Yes,
Are you
yes.
familiar with that?
Yes po. Yes.
Okay, so, pero parang grade 8 topic yan, ano? Or, if I am not mistaken. Now, based on this, nakita ko na formula can be used. Ano po?
Yes.
Same formula can be used. So, hindi lang po siya applicable, take note hindi lang siya applicable if the two-digit number, okay, will have digits that are consecutive. So actually, the number that I have tried are 81 and 18. So medyo nilayuan ko. Ano po? 81 and 18. Medyo malayo, di ba? Yung gap between 8 and 1. And I've noticed that the formula that you have presented in your study still applicable. Diba? So, maybe you can try it on your own. Ano po? It's
Yes.
still applicable. Okay. Now, another thing is that, ito lang po, tanong ko na to ha.
Yes.
Kasi ano lang ako dun sa letter B na extension mo. So, I will despise your answer on this. Kasi applicable pa rin yung formula. Yung 99 times the quantity t squared minus u squared. You can try that.
Yes.
Diba? I-try nyo yan. Yung binigay kong example, 81 and 18. So you can even try that. Or you can even try more. Ano po? More two-digit numbers that are not consecutive. Now, if you square them, and then you get the reverse of that number, and then you square also the reverse, the difference can be calculated using the rule that you have presented in your study. Okay po. So, ibig sabihin, dito sa extension letter, settled na tayo. Ano po? And aside from that, ano po? Kasi syempre nagbabasa kami.
Yes.
Bago na. Nakita na naman namin, ano ba? Nakita ko na naman na the formula that you actually showing us the proof ay talagang nasa internet din.
How come po?
I-search nyo. Andun. Ano po. Andito, yan talaga yung na formula, yung 99 times the quantity t squared minus u squared. Yun nga lang, yung generalization as to the understanding of the formula is that sinabi doon na this formula can be used to find the difference, okay, to find the difference of a two-digit number and its reverse. Ano po? A two-digit number in its reverse. So, hindi po dito specifically sinabi kung consecutive consecutive numbers ba yung mga digits or not. Kasi actually, applicable yung formula. Kahit hindi po consecutive, yung numbers comprising the two-digit numbers. So, applicable siya. So, mamaya po assignment mo.
Yes.
Mamaya, itry mo.
Okay po.
Yung binigay ko ng 18 and 81 and 18, or you can even make use of 52 and 25, or any number that are non-consecutive. So, still the formula will work.
Ma'am?
Okay. Yes.
The formula po ba 81 squared and 18 squared?
No, same.
The formula is 99 times the quantity t squared minus u squared.
I mean the
diba?
po ma'am sa yung given po na itatry namin 81 squared. May squared po
Tsaka
siya.
18 minus 18 squared.
Okay po.
Okay.
Yes.
I-try nyo yan. Tapos you-try also yung 52 squared minus 25 squared. And
Okay po.
you might be amazed na they actually work. The formula actually works.
Yes.
On those example. And makikita naman natin, di ba? Tingnan nyo yung parang hindi nyo yata na decipher doon sa mathematical induction na proof na present nyo. Di ba nagkaroon kayo doon, una nagbigay kayo ng base cases. Isn't it?
Yes.
May base cases kayo, tapos nagkaroon kayo dito ng tinatawag natin na inductive assumption. Correct.
Yes.
Na inductive assumption nyo kasi, instead of using the t variable and the u variable, you make use of what? You make use of the t variable and the l variable. Pero hindi kayo nag-cite ng kahit anong restrictions for that t variable and l variable. Diba? There was no restriction given. Ano ba yung l variable nyo? Ano ba yung k variable nyo? Diba? Okay. And then, sa proof by mathematical induction kasi, yung inductive hypothesis, diba? Or inductive assumption, should be what? Should be claimed to be true. Otherwise, kung hindi natin siya i-claim to be true, wala tayong pag-uusapan when it comes to mathematical induction. Kasi that would be our basis in proving, what? Improving yung tinatawag natin na, yung statement na mag-a-add tayo ng 1. Diba? Get the point? So, kung mag-a-add tayo ng 1, there is a possibility na yung tens digit and unit digit nyo ay hindi natin pwede masabi, di ba? Kasi masasabi nyo na yung formula based on that, true pa rin siya. Di ba? Naipakita nyo sa inductive mathematical induction proof na true pa rin siya. So, therefore, in that case, since there was no restriction given, for the T and U variables and the K and L variables, now there is a possibility na pwedeng yung T and U are non-consecutive. Diba? So, pwedeng naisip nyo yon as you are trying to what? As you are trying to what? To prove the given rule or the given formula. Pero, nakita ko naman, tama nga. Okay? And I also make use of mathematical induction wherein my base cases are comprising this what we call non-consecutive integers. And still true pa rin yung lumabas na applicable po yung formula. Okay po?
Okay po.
And the formula is just the same doon sa nabasa ko. Although, ayan, i-commend ko naman kayo na ginamitan niyo siya ng mathematical induction. Diba? O yan, ginamitan niyo ng mathematical induction. Pero as to the formula, nag-i-exist na po yung formula. Kasi andito kasi di ba sa problem nyo, yun kasi ang problema. Kasi sa problem nyo, naka-state, di ba, naka-state sa problem nyo is, what? To find the rule. Diba? Concerned in investigating and find the rule to determine the difference of non-repeating two-digit squared numbers and its reverse. Actually, yung talaga yung end purpose nyo, why you are conducting this study. That is to find a rule or simply to find a formula. Kasi pag may formula, madali na, di ba? Mas mapapadali yung pag-compute natin with the aid of this formula. But you see to it, the formula must be proven to be true. Or ibig sabihin, wala ni isang counter-example which might disprove this formula. Isn't it? Since proven na nga, napakita nyo through mathematical induction, so ibig sabihin, the formula works. But the problem is, again, existing na po yung formula.
So sad.
Existing na po yung formula. Okay. So, siguro, baka na-fail na naman kayo when it comes to your research. Hindi kayo nagbasa ng mga related literature. Kasi yung palaging sinasabi ko sa mga estudyante ko na, i-check nyo, baka yung research nyo ay existing na. Or meron ng ganyan. Diba? Kasi, hindi nyo naman intentionally kinopia, pero, pwede ka pa rin na anuhan yan kasi meron ng ganyan, may nauna na sa'yo. Kung baga sa patent, pero ng patent yan. Diba? When it comes to intellectual property, meron ang nagmamayari ng formula niya. Okay po?
Yes po.
Did you get my point?
Yes, ma'am.
Sige po.
Okay. Ako naman, by the way, congrats also to Neil sa Mary Princess. Okay, sa effort. Okay. Ako nag-investigate si Ma'am Linda, ako nag-investigate din. I even tried 93 squared minus 39 squared. So, I compute that. Kinompute ko siya. And I use also the formula. Actually, 93 and 9 and 3 are not consecutive numbers, but when I try the formula, again, it is correct. So, both of them, yung process ang result is 7,128. Then I also even tried yung three-digit numbers. Squared ko siya, minus ko siya, tapos tinerive ko na yung formula na nandun sa extension nyo. So, masosolve na naman yung extension natin. Kasi yung, again, pag three-digit number square, tapos, gagamit lang tayo nung
Difference of two cubes.
difference of two, actually, pag square,
Cube kasi, cubic. Consecutive cubic numbers. Ibig sabihin, cubic yun, hindi na 2 yung exponent. Hindi na siya i-square. Pero consecutive pa rin yung digits.
Kasi ginamit ko muna yung squared muna, Linz. Kasi nakuha ko din yung, gumamit ako nung yung bagang square ng trinomial. Tapos minus square ng trinomial.
I did that also.
And then I derived the formula, which is 9,999. Okay? Actually, the quantity h squared minus q squared plus 1,180 t times h minus u. And that's the formula for a three-digit number squared and it's reversed.
Yeah, true.
Okay. So again, we noticed that may mga 99, diba? It's actually divisible by 9. And then I also tried yung cube. Kinob ko na naman. Yung halimbawa, 21 cube minus 12 cube. Yan. And then, ginamit ko na naman yung some
difference of two cubes.
Third power. And able to arrive again in the formula that 999, the quantity t cube minus u cube minus 270 tu and u minus t. By the way, yung h ay yung t is for the tens, u for the unit digit. Kanina naman yung nakuha natin doon sa square ng three-digit number, ang h yun yung hundreds. 100. Kaya, kumbaga, I say that mayroon na talagang established na formula for this research that you're trying to find out. Kumbaga, ginagamit na. So I think my recommendation here is just try to explore possibilities na paano kung iba naman, hindi na lang two-digit numbers. Katulad nung ginawa kong three-digit numbers. Okay? Ginawa natin yung cube ng two numbers which are not consecutive numbers. So, yan lang. Sinasabi na yung iba.
Okay. Thank you po.
So, congratulations to the two of you. But still, of course, you were able to learn something today that in the future researches, of course, I am confident na you will never stop here. This is just a sign na you will learn more because, ganun pala talaga dapat. I should be able to exhaust everything. Ano man na klaseng, ano yan, you even go to the library and then take a look at it. Kung meron. If ever it is an existing one, it's okay for as long as you make it as a basis. And then, whenever we are writing, lalagyan natin ng mga citations na ito, taken from this. Kasi let us be very careful. As young as, anong grade nyo na po ba ngayon?
10 po, ma'am.
Yan. Pag grades 11 and 12 nyo, you will see there na everything must be account for kung anong kinuha nyo, itong line na to, ganito. So, hindi lang talaga isa-isang research sa English or sa any other, lalo na sa math, kasi existing talaga siya. So, for that, for extending, of course, sabi nga ni ma'am, may mga, tayo, yun nga pag-prove nyo by induction without identifying na what this K is about, what this L is about, unintentionally, we're able to prove na pwede pala siyang gamitin kahit saan, na without restriction, na dapat consecutive or not. So, maybe the next time is, halimbawa, yung 10, 11, consecutive yan, pag square mo, tapos, sinubtract mo yung 11, 10, ano ba ang mangyayari dyan? So, that could be a possible extension for a study. So,
Yes.
just the same, congratulations.
Thanks
Thank you
po.
po. Thank you po.
Ayun nga lang ha, yung advice ko lang sa inyo pag magkukonda kayo ng research na halimbawa may topic kayo, dapat mag-gather muna kayo ng enough
Information.
related literature or studies in relation to your topic. Para makita nyo, you'll be able to see whether nag-i-exist na siya or hindi pa. Kung hindi pa, ano ba yung possible researches na pwede kong magamit as my basis, sabi nga ni Ma'am Des, na pwede ko siyang magamit, pero it would be, my study would be different from that. Ano po? Kasi para may basis ka para for comparison or pwede mong gamitin yung basis mo as your kumbaga initial input for your study. So pwede yun. Tapos iiwasan natin yung siguro you are aware of plagiarism, ano po?
Yes po. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So sana ano po, kasi actually when I received the papers, binala ko sana na Eternity if you are aware of that. Kasi pagdating sa mga studies, dapat talaga tini-check yung level of yung kasi may allowable lang pagdating sa pagkokopya, ano, may allowable percentage lang na pwede mong kopyahin. 'Di ba? Pero hindi yung entire na paper mo or most of your paper ay plagiarized. Pero good thing naman na yung sa presentation you're using the mathematical induction proof ay definitely, although meron naman talaga ang proof ng mathematical induction, but you did it on. Ano pa? Okay naman. Pero yun nga lang, the formula is already existing.
Okay. Thank you po.
Congrats.
Thank you po.
Again, congratulations po sa 3rd Congressional District. Job well done. Salamat din sa ating mga mahihigos na mga tagapayo and giving comments for the investigations. Okay, ready na po ba ang ating next sabi ng ating mga judges, working, eating,
Sana
lunch,
sir,
or
mahanapan din
whatever?
ng sa
Continuous
internet
lang.
nyo
Ano
para
ba?
mag-base na.
Okay, sige. The next, the 4th contestant from 4th Congressional District. Are you ready? Your contestant, Sir Ortiz. Ambuchal, are you ready na?
Screen sharing na po.
Where are they?
Ay, ma-stop ka na?
Okay, time starts now.
Good day, everyone. I am Mark Xavier Plandes.
And I am Ruby Dean.
And we are from Goa Science High School. And right now, we are going to present our mathematical investigation behind the scenes of our rectangle.
Sinabi na we are not
The architecture of the Philippines reflects the historical and cultural traditions of the country. The Philippines is considered as an architectural melting pot wherein Filipino became known to the rest of the world. Measurements are essential in the crafting of structures. It is always one of the key elements in the building of structures. This is the reason why the STEM students of Goa Science High School are interested to determine the alternative way of solving the measure of the angle inside the rectangle, since rectangles in the interior angles are commonly observed in some architectural designs in the country. Considering the measurement of the length and width, the investigators are then interested to determine its relationship to the angles within the intersection of diagonals of the rectangle. These investigations will not only be beneficial to the realm of architecture, but to the students of mathematics as well. In order for them to learn that, applications of mathematics must be present in real-life situations. For us to go through with the investigation, here is the statement of the problem. This mathematical investigation seeks to establish an alternative way of solving the measure of angle within the diagonals of the rectangle. Specifically, it seeks to answer these questions. What relationship exists in the angle within the diagonals of a rectangle when the length and width of a rectangle are the same, when the length is greater than the width of a rectangle, when the length is less than the width of a rectangle?
So we use systematic listing of data to generate our conjectures. For conjecture 1, when n is equal to m, the angle within the diagonals of a rectangle is equal to 90 degrees. For conjecture 2, when n is greater than m, the angle within the diagonals of a rectangle is greater than 90 degrees but not equal to 180 degrees. And for conjecture 3, when n is less than m, the angle within the diagonals of a rectangle is 90 degrees but not equal to 0, wherein m is width and n is length. So to verify our conjectures, we have presented three cases here. For case number 1, we use 3 by 3 rectangle to prove that when n is equal to m, the angle within the diagonals of a rectangle is equal to 90 degrees. So first, we need to find the unit value of the diagonals of a rectangle using the Pythagorean theorem, a squared plus b squared is equal to c squared. Let a is equal to 3 and b is equal to 3. Using the substitution method, we obtain that the value of c is
3
equal
by
to
3?
3 square root of 2.
Kung 3 by 3 yan, edi
Now,
square yan.
after finding the unit value of the diagonals, we can now solve for the angle theta using the law of cosine. C
Ay,
squared
square
is
din
equals
kasi
to
siya.
a squared plus b
Square
squared
din yung
minus
rectangle.
2ab cosine theta.
Naget mo
Let
ako.
c is equals to 3, a is equals to
Ang
3
rectangle, edi square.
square root of 2 over 2, and b is equals to 3 square root of 2 over 2. Note that 3 square root of 2 over 2 is obtained using the median formula. Using the substitution method, we have obtained that the value of the angle within the diagonals of a 3 by 3 rectangle is equal to 90 degrees. So for case number 2, we use 3 by 4 rectangle
Kasi di ba
to
dinivide
prove
natin yun
that
sa
when
2?
n is greater than m, the angle within the diagonals of a rectangle is greater than 90 but not equal to
Kaya nga,
100
hindi
degrees.
gumana pag hindi dinidivide sa 2.
So using the same step for case 1, we have obtained the value of the angle within the diagonal
Sabi
of
natin,
3
actually,
by 4 rectangle
we
is
tried
equal to
to
106.26
compute
degrees.
if
For
the
case number
equation
3,
is
we use 3
cubic.
by 2
Tapos
3
gumana
by
lang
2
po siya dun sa
rectangle to
isa.
prove that when n is less than m, the angle within the diagonals of a rectangle is less than 90 degrees but not equal to 0 degree.
Ano?
Hindi natin ginawa.
Using the same step, from case
nagawa
1,
kasi nila
we have
yung
obtained the value of
direct
the angle
formula.
within the diagonals
Gamit yun.
of 3 by 2 rectangle is equal to
Ano naman
67.38
yan, sir?
degrees.
Galing mo na yan, sir?
Sana, ay may ganun.
Screenshot niya.
Sana, sir,
So
pwede
this
naman yan sa
table,
Google.
table 1 shows the differences between the
Narin tayo na sila mag-base
cases
sa
and
May
how it
bakal
clearly
lahat ng
justifies our
Siyempre, lahat
conjectures.
na yan, mga ano pa man lang kita.
Proceeding to our justification, a square layout is the first step
Why,
toward
sir?
a fully square building foundation. A rectangular house must
Baka hindi
also
nila
be
kaya
a
mag-type
square
mga ano.
rectangle in a carpentry field, meaning that each set of two sides must be equal. On a construction site, carpenters place butterboard to mark proper limits, building lines, and pier placement. The front and back building lines will be parallel when utilizing butterboards for building lines. The building
Ay,
lines
sir,
and
try
side
namin,
will
sir,
likewise
yung
be
sinasabi
parallel.
nilang
It's crucial to check not only the building's length and width, but
Hindi po
also
yung
the diagonals to
pinapa-compute
verify
sa amin.
Yung ano kasi, ang
To further
ginamit natin
justify
formula,
our
yung ano
investigation,
una,
we have presented an example problem.
yung hindi pa na-derive, yung hindi pa finalize.
Oo
If a
nga.
carpenter wants to build a rectangular house, what should be the angle within the interior of the diagonal
Sabihin
theta
natin,
and the width?
Hindi na nga nindo
If
aram na
A
di ba lang to sa
AB is equals
Hindi
to
kasi
8
kami, sir,
meter and
nagka tayo
EB is equals to
mag-explain
6.4
na ano.
meter.
Pero
B, if AB is equals to 4 meter and EB is
halimbawa,
equals to
aram
5
nila to.
square root of
Di totaling nag
over 2
pero ano talaga.
meters. And
Saka
C,
hindi
if
namin makukuha kung saan
AB is equals
nanggaling
to
yung
12 meter
99
and
kung paano
EB is equals to
nagka-99.
4 square root of 10 over
Tapos,
2.
ang dami nating gusto mo i-explain. Sulat ko nga, baka ano.
So now for
Assignment daw natin.
question A, we are going to solve for the angle within the diagonals of rectangle using the law of cosine. Letting A is equals to 6.4, B is equals to 6.4, and C is equals to 8.
Ang problem.
Now we
ang
have
problem
obtained that
naman po ata, sir, yung
we
sa
have obtained
extension. Kasi na-prove daw yung mga
77.36
extension.
degrees as the value
Sasabihin
of
ko
the
sana,
theta
sir.
or the angle within the diagonals of rectangle.
Sasabihin ko nga po,
Next,
sir,
to
na,
find the width of the
actually,
rectangle, we have
nag-try na po
we
kami
use
yan,
the
kaya
Pythagorean theorem,
hindi namin masyadong
letting C is
nag-focus
equals to
lang kami sa
12.8
kaya
and
di
A is
ginawan lang
equals to 8.
extension. Isulat
After
ko nga
some
ito, baka.
computation, we
Yung
have
may
obtained that
pagkasasabi nila, pag na-prove na yung extension,
9.92 meters
parang
as
hindi
width
na
of the rectangle.
O di,
Dapat ang extension yung hindi na ano.
o di,
Ibig sabihin kulang talaga.
Using the same step, we solve for the width and angle within the diagonal of a rectangle for the question
May sunod pa
B
dyan,
and C.
ma-regional pa ka mo. Division. Ma-division pa?
Division.
Division and ma-regional. Malay mo,
Sana.
yung ma-qualify.
Di man nga nag-upot.
Sa table po,
Di
sir.
sila nag-upot.
Para clarify man lang tandaan. Ibig sabihin, sinisira talaga siya. Comparative
Table
sa
2
iba,
shows
ang
the
author
answer
si content.
for the question of the example problem.
Pabilization
At the same time, it shows the
Sila po sa
differences
conjecture.
between the
Yung
three
una,
given example and how we
Ay, may ibang
clearly
problema din.
justify our
sana,
conjectures.
OMG.
Yan ang
Sana,
ano ko, yan ang interpretation.
sana sir, mahanapan din sa Google yung dalawa para hindi na sila masyado mag-base sa
Sigurado yan.
Now, to summarize our
Kaya, yun nga sir,
investigation,
hindi na namin,
the
nahanapan
investigators
pa
try
kami.
to investigate the possible relationship of the angle located in the diagonals of the rectangle to the length and the width of the figure.
Dapat kabali.
The investigators gathered three possible conjectures, such as when width is equal to length, the angle inside the rectangle is equal to 90. When width is greater than the length, the interior angle is less than 90 but not equal to 0. And when width is less than the length, the angle inside the rectangle is greater than 90 but not greater than 180. Proceeding to our possible extension, in the view of the above mentioned mathematical investigation, it is recommended that further investigation should be conducted to identify the rule of computing for the angles within the diagonals of a rectangle.
That's all.
Puro Q ano.
Okay. So, na ito si Mark and then si Ruby. So, I hope hindi pa kayo gutom. Ano po? Na unang-una dito sa tatlong conjectures na paninisend.
Conjectures na naman siya
Yung
nagsimula.
number one conjecture, sabi nga dito, if n is equal to m, meaning the length and the width of the rectangle are the same. In terms of what? In terms of length. Meaning, the width is equal to its length. So therefore, if that would be the case, it is a square.
Yes.
Right. So, since rectangle, sinabi nyo, di ba, a rectangle, di natin pwedeng sabihin na rhombus. Kasi specifically, sinabi nyo na rectangle. So, ibig sabihin, ang rectangle na parehas yung length
Wala nga,
is
sabi sa'yo, wala.
basically a
Ito na.
Nasa dulo na yung
Right.
Iwag mong ano kasi pang paint ko yan.
Now, ang
Yung
tanong
yung
ko,
dulo.
are you aware that a square is considered a special type of
rectangle,
a parallelogram and quadrilateral?
Kaya ayoko ng shape-shape.
Are you aware of that? Yes. Ano nga yun, di ba? We have square, rectangle, and we also have these rhombus. Are you aware of this? Mga special types of
Kaya nga.
parallelograms.
Q&A ng
Are you
judge
aware of
lang.
this? Are you also aware that a square is a special type of rectangle and that a square is also a special type of a rhombus? Are you aware of that?
Garang narumduman ko si ano?
Yes?
Garang
Yes?
narumduman ko
So,
si ano?
ito yung tanong ko sa inyo.
Si F.
What makes a square a rhombus?
Four sides.
Saan
papatuloy.
Yeah. So, basically because they have sides that are congruent. Now, aside from that, what other properties of rhombus or that are present, okay, or what other property of rhombus that is present to a square? Kaya sinabi natin siya na this is a special type of a parallelogram na pwede natin sabihin that a square is a rectangle and that a square is also a rhombus. Ano pa, aside from the fact na congruent yung sides niya, gaya ng rhombus, ano pa? In relation to your studies.
Ipapangalan ko sa imo.
Their interior angles po are also
Diagonals are what?
Dati lang.
Diagonals are perpendicular to each other.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Isn't it? So therefore, if that would be the case, my dear Mark and what? My dear Mark and Ruby, yung idea kasi na, yung conjecture nyo kasi na, ipoprove nyo na ang angle niya ay, the angle that will be formed by these diagonals will be equal to 90 degrees is a matter of fact, part na siya ng property ng rhombus. And since a square is a rhombus, isa yun sa mga properties na na-acquire niya from a rhombus. Kaya sinabi siya na it is also a rhombus. A square is also a rhombus. Diba? Aside from the fact na congruent yung sides niya, yung diagonals niya are forming right angles. Okay? Okay po?
Yes po.
Okay. Although, dito naman po sa study nyo, parang binerify nyo lang yung property na yun. Diba? Binerify nyo kung totoo, by what? By giving a definite value for the length and the width, and also by applying the Pythagorean theorem, and also what? And also this, what we call the cosine law to find the angle. Correct? Parang a sort of verification na lang. Kasi kumbaga, this is no longer be considered a conjecture. Diba? So it follows na because of these properties of what? Of a rhombus na nasa kanya rin being a square, ano po, ay kumbaga, alam na natin kaagad. Diba? Alam natin kaagad, okay, na ano, na yung conjecture nyo ay ano, ay tama. Diba? Sabi ko nga, kahit hindi nyo na ginamitan ng Pythagorean formula, kahit hindi nyo na ginamitan ng cosine, by merely constructing what? Constructing a two-column form proof, yung ginagamit nyo sa geometry class to, ay solve na to, diba? Kumbaga, kayang-kaya nang i-prove yung conjecture mo. Diba? Although, para sa akin kasi, parang, although kung sa inyo bago yan, ano po, being the researcher bago yan, pero for sure siguro, it might not arouse the interest of others to what, to read your research. Diba? Parang hindi siya magiging appealing kung ako yung ano, parang kahit hindi na to, kahit wala na tong conjecture, kahit wala na tong pinakita yung proof, alam naman natin na ang diagonals ng square are perpendicular. Diba? So basically, from the definition of perpendicularity, then it will form four right angles. Sinet?
Yes.
Okay. So, yun po. Yung, sige, so, yung iba naman na judge. Sige, Ma'am Vange.
Okay. Ito naman conjecture number 2, saka 3. Papansinin natin na mayroon pala tayong existing na rule na sinasabi na the opposite of a larger angle
in a triangle
is actually the longest side. Okay. O kaya dito, kung itingnan natin dito, pero nabanggit dito, the angle within the diagonals of the rectangle is less than 90 degrees but not equal to 0, which is very obvious naman. No need to prove this.
Pag nag-ano
diba?
okay lang.
Same with conjecture number 3. When n is less than m, the angle within the diagonals of a rectangle is greater than 90 degrees but not equal to 180. So kasi at once that there is two diagonals being drawn inside the rectangle and form triangles. So pwede na yung nabanggit dito. Kumbaga, tama nga, kung titingnan natin, hindi na to appealing sa magbabasa.
Sa amin po, extension lang, nagbigay lang sila na ano, na answer sa extension. Actually,
na talagang masusolve natin. Itong angle na to,
wala kang case.
Pag ginamitan natin ng cosine law, makukuha na talaga yung angle. So, parang nothing is new dito sa investigation. This is my personal opinion.
Siguro, you failed also to consider other theorems in geometry. Di ba, Ma'am Bess? Sa halimbawa, yung sa triangle inequality. Diba? So makita nyo, diba, yung diagonals kasi ng rectangle, congruent. Diba? Bisect each other. So basically, itong dalawa congruent and ito congruent. And basically, itong apat na to, kung ibabisect natin, pare-parehas yung length niya. Isn't it? Okay, so kung gagamitin natin siya ng yung tinatawag natin na triangle inequality theorem. So basically, the largest angle is opposite the longest side. Since congruent yung dalawa, di ba? Para may triangle kayong pa ganyan, di ba? Congruent itong dalawa. Okay. Tapos ito, longer than this two. You get my point? So basically, yung initial claim nyo doon sa conjecture number 1 nyo, na it is equal to 90 degrees, exactly equal to 90 degrees. Kung titingnan nyo kasi 3 and 4, so naging longer. Di ba yung length ay 1 unit doon sa wheel. Correct. So obviously, mas mahaba. Do you get my point? Mas mahaba siya. So what do you expect? It would be greater than 90 degrees yung angle mo to that side. So yun yata, parang na-fail mo yung yung i-consider yung theorems, existing theorems.
7920.
No, that makes triangle so special because it tells us a lot. So when we say it is a 30, 60,
Divided
90
by
degree
2.
triangle,
Times ano?
we will be expecting that
Times ano?
the side opposite the greatest angle is also the longest side. So, ganun ang mangyayari.
Meron.
Kumbaga, this is just an
10
application
times
of the
100
basic
times 8.
concepts or the definition of
Hala,
tama,
sir.
a square is a rectangle or a rectangle
Anyari?
square. Parang gano'n.
Tama
Parang,
talaga.
parang pinarify nila.
Ginagamit yung
Dito kasi parang hindi to sa atin. Parang hindi to mathematical investigation. Parang binarify nila kung tama yung
correct siya.
existing
Pag itong unang formula namin,
theorem.
kailangan pang
Or
lagyan ng
existing
ng difference ng
There is no
properties.
specific goal as to how are you going to find this or that. So it's
Training
just,
lang, be.
oo nga pala, dapat na siya existing ng
Pero discussion
small concepts.
Ano daw?
Actually po, we were first interested in
Saan na
finding
yung ano natin, yung mga
to
equation?
solve for the exact value of the angle of diagonal sa rectangle.
Bauli
But
na natin yung may yung may...
after a lot of trials, there are no constant value of equation for that. But we noticed that there were a significant difference with the angle as the size of the rectangle changes. So we just decided to make a study for that instead.
Actually, baby, I will give you here an advice if you want to find
Kasi yung
the
original
general
natin,
formula. Kasi actually,
ito na
may
yung
formula na
sinasabi
kayo
natin na
nagamit,
na
diba?
1.
Titingnan natin.
Hindi natin naisip
Nagbigay kaya kasi kayo ng specific value for the length and the
po
width.
pala.
Na kung gusto nyo mag-generate ng general formula, wag kayong gagamit ng ng specific value. Palagi kayong gagamit ng variables, pero dapat aware kayo. Ano ba yung nire-represent ng mga variables nito? So basically, kung halimbawa rectangle siya, dapat, alam nyo, dapat hindi siya dapat maging negative yung values ng variables. Bakit? Kasi hindi mag-i-exist. Diba? Hindi siya mag-i-exist. Kasi negative na yung length. You get my point? So, mag-i-derive na pa rin yung general formula. Pero yun na nga sinasabi ko na, why focus your, kumbaga, why give your energy in deriving those formulas na kung iisipin naman natin, meron ng formula na mas madali na magagamit natin. Diba? Actually, hindi na formula. Gusto nyo makuha yung actual. Maraming ways, maraming existing formulas na pwede mong magamit. Or, kung gagawa man kayo, it should be different. Diba? From the existing formulas.
Actually, tama na po talaga yung formula.
Diba? Diba?
Tama naman talaga. Sir, paano yun, sir? Assignment namin yun. Ang sabihin namin? Tama talaga siya. Sir, ang nalagay po bukas natin sa extension, dapat pala sir hindi ina.
Tsaka may tanong po ako, baka ako lang ang mali ng desk. May tanong lang ako dito sa paper nila. Itong ginamit kasi nila, yung median formula. What do you mean by median
Kasi
formula?
sir, may ano.
Pwede siyang daw
Ay, ang bobo ko na.
Dito sa paper nyo.
Yawa.
Kasi nakuha niyo yung value na
hindi tayo ginanyan.
yung median formula. Ano ba yung minimum nyo dito ng median formula?
Paint pa.
Pero pag nawara,
So kasi ito po, parang with this experience, you will be learning a lot. Diba? So parang gusto ko lang ano ba yung median formula as to your concept? Ano ba, para sa inyo, ano ba yung median formula? Ma'am Des, baka ako ang mali. Ma'am Des, ano po ba yung median formula na na possible na ginamit nila dito?
Nakamute si Ma'am Des.
I'm looking for that part. Nasaan po yung median formula?
Dito po ma'am kasi
Parenthesis, Ma'am Des.
sa nasa conjecture case 1 ma'am, yung kasi na-derive nila ma'am na value for C is 3 the square root of 2 which is the length of the diagonal. And then since, di ba, diagonal bisects each other, so yung C natin dito should be divided by 2. That's why we derive the value 3 the square root of 2 over 2. But in fact, this is now the value of C over 2, right? Kasi may value na kayo na yung C is 3 the square root of 2, which is the length of the diagonal. So for you to be able, kasi na-divide natin yung diagonals into two congruent segments. So basically, what you're going to do is just to divide that value, yung C value. And that would be C over 2 is simply equal to 3 the square root of 2 over 2. No, I was just puzzled when reading your paper about this median formula.
When we speak kasi, oo. Para kasi po yan, when we speak of a triangle, ang mga kasama yan, altitude.
Yes, ma'am. Secondary parts of the triangle.
Opo, and OC. Yun ang mga parts. So we don't say na may formula for that.
Oh, kasi tiyan po din yan eh.
Kasi if you happen to browse,
midpoint formula.
Yes, we have the midpoint formula. Pero in this case, it would be impossible for you to use the midpoint formula since there are no coordinates given.
Yeah.
Diba, Ma'am Des? Kaya, nag-wonder, wala po kasi mang coordinates kasi hindi nila plinat yung rectangle or yung square sa Cartesian coordinate system. So sabi ko, kung midpoint formula naman yung gagamitin, kasi kailangan natin yung coordinates, di ba, sa midpoint formula. Tapos I'm trying to browse and even consulted books. Ano ba yung median formula na sinasabi mo? Siguro just to correct you babies ha, pag gumagawa kayo ng paper, you must be very cautious when it comes to the terms that you are using. Kasi sometimes, halimbawa kung yung nagbabasa ng paper, talagang it will create confusion, di ba, sa reader ng paper mo. Unless otherwise, nagbigay na kayo nakalagay o median formula, binigay nyo na kung paano, kung ano yung median formula na sa definition nyo, pwede yung ilagay yun, di ba, na ito yung median formula na gagamitin nyo. Tinawag nyo siyang median formula. Pero technically speaking, in mathematics, parang wala po ako, ang na-encounter ko po median formula sa stats, Ma'am Des.
Tapos ang median, ginagamit po siya sa trapezoid. Median is equal to p sub 1 plus p sub 2 over 2.
Yes, ma'am. So ano yun, yung tawag dyan pero doon ma'am, kasi ma'am, ang median na minimit natin, yung segment connecting the two midpoints of the two sides, di ba ma'am, in a triangle. Pero dito kasi hindi mo siya makikita doon sa representation nila. Okay po, so careful baby ha, pagdating sa mga paggagamit ng terms.
So when it comes to triangles, medians, altitudes, those are segments.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Secondary parts of triangles, they are segments. Pero parang hindi talaga applicable yung term na median formula. Ano po? Yun lang po sa
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Are you done? The contestants? Okay. Thank you very much again. The fourth of the 5 finalists. Salamat sa inyong higos for research. Dagdagang higos. So get ready. The last contestant. Okay lang ma'am? Ma'am Linda and ma'am... Okay, sige. Sige lang po. Kayo ma'am. One last. Are you ready, Miss Vanessa and Miss Francine?
Yes
okay,
po.
nandiyan na sila. Okay, kung ready na kayo, good luck. Your time starts now.
Wow.
Colorful.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. What's that?
Good morning, everyone. I am Vanessa Sibabon.
And I am Francine S. Brabante.
And we are the math investigators of Bao National High
Space
School.
difference
And
is
our investigation is entitled Area of the Minor Segments Formed by an Equilateral Triangle Inscribed in a Circle.
We choose this math investigation to help students who dislike and experience difficulties in solving math problems by introducing a new formulas that are easier to use. Area of the minor segments formed by an equilateral triangle inscribed in a circle is a very difficult topic for us students. With this derived formula, solving the area with side, radius, and diameter given will be less difficult and will prevent confusion to students and teachers. The aim of this investigation is to derive a simple formula in determining the area of the minor segments formed by an equilateral triangle inscribed in a circle. Specifically, it aims to answer the following questions. 1. What formula can be developed in finding the area of the minor segments given the side of the equilateral triangle? 2. What formula can be developed in finding the area of the minor segments given the radius of the circle? And lastly, what formula can be developed in finding the area of the minor segments given the diameter of the circle? The conjectures are the following. When side is given, it can be solved by area is equal to side squared times the quantity of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 all over 12. When radius is given, it can be solved by area is equal to radius squared times the quantity of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 4. When diameter is given, it can be solved by area is equal to diameter over 2 squared times the quantity of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 4.
In verifying conjecture 1 in the side of an equilateral triangle measuring 1 unit, using the existing formula, the computed area is 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 4 over 12. While with the derived formula, the computed area is also 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 12. In verifying conjecture 2 and the radius of the circle measuring 1 unit, using the existing formula, the computed area is 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 4. While with the derived formula, the computed area is also 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 4. In verifying conjecture 3, and the diameter of the circle measuring 2 units, using the existing formula, the computed area is 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 4. While with the derived formula, the computed area is 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 4. Justifying conjecture 1. Assuming that there are four equilateral triangles with different sides of 1 unit, 2 units, 3 units, and 4 units, inscribe each one in a circles. Using the existing formula, area is equal to area of the circle minus area of the equilateral triangle, the areas of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 12, 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 3, 12 pi minus 9 square root of 3 over 4, and 16 pi minus 12 square root of 3 over 3 were computed respectively. Given the areas of the minor segments formed by an equilateral triangle inscribed in a circle, a second common difference of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 6 was determined. Since there is the second common difference, the computed areas have formed a quadratic sequence. The formula an squared plus bn plus c is equal to nth term is used in finding the general term of the quadratic sequence. With a computation shown, the nth term is 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 12 times n squared. The area of the minor segments formed by an equilateral triangle inscribed in a circle with the general term of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 12 times n squared, where n is equal to side and the n term is equal to the area of the minor segments is the relation described by the formula area is equal to side squared multiplied by the quantity of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 12. The objective is to prove that the existing and derived formula have the same computed areas. The table shows the same computed areas using the existing and derived formula. Therefore, the formula area is equal to side squared multiplied by the quantity of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 12 can be used in finding the area of the minor segments formed by an equilateral triangle inscribed in a circle when side is given.
In justifying conjecture 2, assuming that there are four equilateral triangles inscribed each one in a circle with different radii of 1, 2, 3, 4 units, the areas of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 4, 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3, 36 pi minus 27 square root of 3 over 4, and 16 pi minus 12 square root of 3 were computed respectively using the existing formula. Given the area of the minor segments, a second common difference of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 2 was determined. Since there is a second common difference, the computed areas have formed a quadratic sequence. The formula an squared plus bn plus c is equal to n term is used in finding the general term of the quadratic sequence. The area of the minor segments formed by an equilateral triangle inscribed in a circle with a general term of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 4 times n squared, where n is equal to the radius, is the relation described by the formula area is equal to radius squared times the quantity of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 4. The table shows the area of the minor segments given the two formulas. The derived formula has the same computed area with the existing formula. Therefore, area is equal to radius squared times the quantity of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 4 can be used when radius is given. Justifying conjecture 3. Since the formula area is equal to radius squared multiplied by the quantity of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 4 can be used when radius is given, the area of the minor segments can be determined if the diameter is given by the formula area is equal to square of diameter divided by 2 multiplied by the quantity of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 4. The objective is to prove that the formula area is equal to radius squared multiplied by the quantity of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 4, and the formula area is equal to b divided by 2 squared multiplied by the quantity of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 4 have the same computed areas. The table shows the same computed areas using the two formulas. Therefore, the formula area is equal to d divided by 2 squared multiplied by the quantity of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 4 can be used in finding the area of the minor segments formed by an equilateral triangle inscribed in a circle when diameter is given. Formula in finding the area of the minor segments formed by an equilateral triangle inscribed in a circle is a very long solution. It is calculated by taking the difference between the area of the circle and the area of the equilateral triangle. Due to this, the investigators have came up with the idea of a new formulas with less complications and no long methods. When side is given, it can be solved by area is equal to side squared times the quantity of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 all over 12. When radius is given, it can be solved by area is equal to radius squared times the quantity of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 4. Lastly, when diameter is given, it can be solved by area is equal to diameter over 2 squared times the quantity of 4 pi minus 3 square root of 3 over 4. The aforementioned formulas is only applicable to equilateral triangle inscribed in a circle and is proven to be true for all real numbers greater than 0. This mathematical investigation about area of the minor segments formed by an equilateral triangle inscribed in a circle can be extended to circle inscribed on an equilateral triangle. This can also be extended to a right triangle and other regular polygons inscribed in a circle. That would be all. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, and ano yung pangalan ng isa?
Francine po.
Yes, hello.
Hello po.
So, unang-una, tinitingnan ko dito sa paper niya, yung statement of the problem. Pinilitin ko. Sa statement of the problem, nakasaad dito that the aim of your investigation is to derive, diba? To derive a simple formula in determining the area of the minor segments formed by an equilateral triangle inscribed in a circle. Meaning, a regular triangle inscribed in a circle. So, regular siya kasi same yung sides niya. Ano pa? So, regular triangle inscribed in a circle. And then, nakasaad din dito, specifically, it aims to answer the following questions. What formula can be developed? Binilugan ko. Ano po? What formula can be developed in finding the area of the minor segments formed by an equilateral triangle inscribed in a circuit given the side of an equilateral triangle? So the term there is to develop. Pero nakalagay doon sa inyo is to derive. Kasi pag sinabi natin, it's different when you say develop and derive. Diba? Kasi, halimbawa, doon dito sa paper, binigay nyo yung general formula for finding the area of the minor segments. Diba? Minor segments formed by an equilateral triangle inscribed in a circle. Right? So, binigay nyo that the area of the minor segments is simply equal to the area of the circle minus the area of the equilateral triangle, or minus the area of the triangle inscribed in it. That's actually the general formula. Pero take note na yung area of a circle has a definite formula. Diba? Although hindi nyo nilagay dito, kasi pwede nyo naman na ilagay na yung area of a circle minus area of the triangle should be written or should be what? Equal to pi r squared minus s squared, the square root of 3 all over 4. Ano po? Meaning, yung s natin dito is the side of what? The side of an equilateral triangle. Okay po? So, meaning, ito po, this is actually the general formula for finding the area of the minor of a segments. Okay po?
Yes.
Minor segments. Okay, sige. Now, ang nakita ko dito, sabi ko nga, well, okay na yung table, no, derived formula. Kasi, ang derived kasi class, di natin siya pwedeng i-own natin. No, we cannot own our, those yung sinasabi natin derived formulas. Bakit po? Meron tayong pinagkunan yan. Halimbawa, in this case, ang pinagkunan natin, yung derived formula natin, is yung general formula. Diba? Ano lang yung ginawa natin? We make some manipulations of the given general formula. Diba? Nag-manipulate tayo by using our what? Our prowess in mathematics. Diba? Our skills in mathematics. Our learned concepts in mathematics. That's why we were able now to what? To manipulate the given formula so as for us to what? To derive another formula from that existing formula. Isn't it? Kaya, okay lang, sabi ko, tama, derive. Tama yung term na sabihin mo. Pero medyo nagkaroon lang ako naman ng second thought. Nakita ko na to develop. Yung term kasi na develop, it's different. Diba? To develop. So, okay na, nag-derive kayo, nag-derive mo, diba? So, basically, pwede naman talaga mag-derive. Diba? Okay, kasi ginagawa yan ng mga teachers na sa math, diba? Ako usually, I only give the general formula. And then out of the general formula, I let my students think. Okay, so given this, how are you going to use the general formula? So basically, kasi sa math, hindi lang tayo pwede na nag-directly substitute lang sa given formula, direct substitution lang sa formula. So, what if, ano yung binigay ko, how are you going to use the general formula? So, possible na ang pinakagagawin nyo lang, kung yan yung binigay na given ni mom, so there is a possibility na we will be using that general formula. Only that, we need to manipulate it. Diba? Okay, para maka-derive ako ng formula na pwede readily available for me to be used if ever na ito yung specific given. Okay ba? Okay, so, yung derived formula nyo, kasi for example, given yung side, tama, diba? Tama naman doon sa binigay nyo existing formula, yung general formula. This is correct. Pero ito lang yung suggestion ko. Kasi nakita ko doon sa discussion ng conjecture, kasi isa sa conjecture, na nagbigay na naman kayo ng value for S, then derive the value for R, diba? Kailan pa yung binigay nyo dito sa table nyo? Ayan, medyo marami, ano? Okay. Or in fact, yung mismo sa formula na yun, pwede nyo na directly ma-derive yung formula without actually giving particular value for S. Paano yun? Alam natin, di ba? Kasi dapat, every discussion on this, dapat alam na ng bata yung relationship between the side of the equilateral triangle or even polygon, equilateral triangle inscribed in a circle and the radius of the circle, diba, circumscribing that triangle. Diba, dapat alam yung relationship ng radius and what? And the side of the radius of the circle and the side of the triangle. Ano ba yung relationship? Diba? It's simply that yung side is equal to the square root of 3 times the radius of the circle. Diba? And that definitely from this, our radius would be what? Would be side over the square root of 3. So, ano lang gagawin natin kung given yung side? You try to, kumbaga, you try to write our radius in terms of the side or r in terms of s. You get my point? So, r in terms of s. So, boom, nandun na yung derive na yung formula. Diba? Although, nakita ko naman yung effort nyo na talagang inisa-isa nyo, pero ang ginawa nyo pa rin ay yung formula na binigay nyo, parang nag-substitute lang naman kayo ng values na binigay nyo for S, di ba? Tapos syempre, naiwan na lang yung R kasi may value na kayo na eliminate na yung S. Parang, that's not the proper way of what? Of proving, if ever, yun nga talaga yung na-derive yung formula na sarili nyo yung formula. Diba? Parang binerify nyo yung derived formula, ginawa nyo kasi yung derived formula, binerify nyo lang by considering particular value for the side. Dito sa yung number 1, yung finding the area of a segment given the side. So, formula, ano lang sa akin, kasi yung mga bata kasing hindi man sa merong mga bata na you don't need to do that, ito lang yan o ganito lang yan. So write R in terms of S or S in terms of R. So basically you can already derive the formula if ever what is given in the problem is simply the side of 3 equilateral triangles. Diba? Although I do appreciate you also for giving those specific instances by what? By citing specific measurements for the side of the equilateral. Meaning, para sa akin, yung formula na binigay nyo dito are actually derived formulas from the existing formula. Diba? So, hindi natin pwede sabihin yung term na develop na formula. Yung term na develop kasi is different from derived. Diba? So, it would be different when we say develop. Okay? Develop a formula. So, meaning, derive formulas from the existing formulas. Okay po. Now, another thing, meron pa ako ditong tanong. Para kasing, naman ako kasi, di ba may binigay kayong general formula for finding the area of a segment? Tapos yung atake natin dito is parang geometric. Di ba? Yung formula geometric. Pagdating dito sa existing formula when radius is given, ano yung atake nyo dito? Yung existing. Diba? May theta na tayo dito, may sine na tayo dito, di ba? Okay, may radians form of an angle, di ba? Measurement. So parang ang atake na natin ay more of trigonometric yung formula. Isn't it? Specifically, may relationship naman yung geometry and trigonometry. Yung comment ko lang po is, pwede kasi na, yun na lang, yung unang formula na lang yung ginamit mo. Kung ang gusto nyo lang naman na ma-derive is a formula na kung titingnan natin is somewhat related to the first formula you have cited. Parang geometric in nature. Diba? So next-stick na lang tayo dun sa unang formula. Diba? Kung ang given po ay radius, so yun na nga, sabi ko nga, pag alam niyo yung relationship between radius and the length of the side of that triangle inscribed in that circle, then you can just express S in terms of R. Diba?
Nilagay po kasi namin yun, ma'am, kasi po, one variable lang po yung kailangan. Kasi po, marami po kasing students na mas okay po sa kanila yung one variable, yung radius lang po ang kailangan kaysa sa side and radius.
Precisely what I am saying, baby. Precisely what I am saying. Na, di ba sa formula, may S and R tayong variable. Now, kung ang given lang ay R, wala tayong S. Di ba? So, definitely hindi nyo magagamit yung dating formula, yung existing formula na sinasabi nyo, di ba? Kasi wala tayong S, R lang yung given natin, radius. Ang sinasabi ko dito ay, pwede mo siyang magamit actually by expressing S in terms of R. So if you express S in terms of R, so from two variables, it will just be reduced into one variable, wherein what we're going to use only is the R variable representing the radius. You
Okay
get my
po.
point?
Opo,
So,
yes
parang
ma'am.
two variables, na-reduce mo siya into one. What I mean is, dapat alam yung, kumbaga, yung relationship between the radius of the circle and the side of what? The side of the equilateral triangle inscribed in it. And that is fixed yung relationship. Fixed yan. Yun yung sinabi ko sa inyo kanina na ang side is simply the square root of 2 times the radius. And therefore, the radius is simply side over the square. Yes. So, dyan pa lang, direct na kaagad yung formula. Para sa akin, hindi mo na pahihirapan yung sarili mo na mag-iisa-isa pa kayo na, say for example, R is equal to 1, R is equal to 2, R is equal to 3. That's what I am saying. Ano po? So, kasi para sa akin, hindi ko sinasabi na kasi diverse ang researcher. Eh, dapat pag researcher ka talaga, dapat diverse din yung alam. Kung hindi diverse yung alam, dapat tayo mismo gagawin ng paraan para mas marami tayong malaman in relation to the topic of topic. Pero yun dapat kasi sa mga characteristic ng research tungkol sa mga bata ng high na dapat natanggap na sa dapat palaging gano'n na hindi tayo magsisettle for less na ito lang kasi ito lang alam hindi ko yung alam sinasabi mo na no sabi nga yung mga destiny natin dapat hindi excuse na hindi natin kasi, in the first place, yan dapat alam kasi related din sa
Buti lang hindi ko sinabi yun kanina. Yung hindi po namin alam na may existing
Same thing with yung third formula. Diba, alam naman natin na
hindi, kasi parang natitrigger kasi siya. Okay na yung hindi talaga natin alam, pero siya nagsabi, kaysa na mag-appeal pa tayo na, natitrigger siya na galit doon.
Kumbaga, you don't need to, para sa akin lahat. Pero, most probably, kung iba yung mag-appreciate ng paper mo,
Hindi po sinabi kinuha sa internet.
Pero
kumbaga, parang nag-generate tayo
nabuking ganda. Paano ka sa internet ang iba nito?
Hindi nga po sinabi.
Na hindi natin makukuha
Ibig sabihin na
yung
original.
sa thesis natin.
Pero yung sabi nilang yung derive na daw.
Doon lang sa isang, yung una lang na equation na binigay mo, kuha nyo na kaagad.
Pamantyang derive sa
Diba? Derive nyo kaagad yung mga formulas na.
baka madalang investigation ng pag-derive.
Ano po yun?
Ay po. Opo.
Yaw naman
Improvisation.
What could be my suggestion dito sa paper mo? Okay, so, since meron na kayo dito, what if, di ba nabigay na dito yung formula?
Sa lahat, consistent.
Yung formula for finding the areas of the minor segments na ginamitan nyo ng angle measurement. Make it consistent. What if,
Ang galing ano? Galing po ng Bisay?
or mag-derive kayo ng formula? Ano po, mag-derive kayo ng formula.
What if yung nakalaban natin nila? Mag-ganyan na din, no?
And
Ang Bisay.
the formula must be consistent.
Sila ang bubuhat natin pagkamatay.
Yung basis, yung formula na kung saan considered as your basis. Get the point? So yun yung suggestion ko. Why not work on this? Tapos mag-derive kayo ng formula na hindi equal to this formula. Okay, parang different form. It could be a different form, but it will give you the same value. Diba? I think that's possible. Ha? Yeah, pero di ba pag nag-usap tayo, yung Cartesian coordinate system, tapos yung polar coordinate system, na yung point sa Cartesian, ay mamamap natin siya sa point sa um, um, Cartesian to complex plane, di ba? Cartesian plane to complex plane. Pero hindi ko babaguhin yung value. Ganun pa rin.
Kaya daw hindi siya, hindi niya daw po pinasali yung, children niya. Yung mga student ng Visayas.
Saan? Nagsabi siya? Paano saan?
Ano lang yun? Online daw po kasi parang mahirap. Pero kung sumali yung Diyos ko, talingin, wala na tayong pagkakal.
Okay? So, for me, ano po, yung research nyo, tama naman yung nakalagay, sabi ko, copyright mo. Pero nagkaroon lang ng conflict na siguro pwede na lang na yung verifying the derived formulas of the existing general. Para umaga, ang pinaka-purpose nyo, it will be readily available for what? For others papers. Na hindi na kumbaga mag-confine ka ng area of circle minus the area of the triangle just for them to be able to what? Just for them to be able to find the area. So, kung even yung formula readily derived for them, mas madali yung pag-solve. Pero kumbaga, it's not actually derived. It's merely derived. Derived formulas from existing formula. And basically, pag na-derive mo siya na tama, since yung existing formula ay tama, pag na-derive mo tama, dapat yung process tama. Diba? Okay, pag na-derive mo yung tama, basically, yung na-derive mo formula ay tama din. Because ang basis mo is already correct.
Isi-save ko siya bago ko siya i-fix.
Okay po? Opo. Okay, that's all. Okay po.
Pero sasabihin ko pa, ang sabihin po pala namin, sir, pag tinanong kami about dun sa pin-assignment sa amin, dapat po palang i-change namin yung title. Hindi na siya non-repeat, hindi na siya repeat,
Kasi mga conditions pa naman sa
consecutive.
sa may conjecture yun, may mga condition ba pa naman na dapat consecutive.
Kasi yung formula po lang yung pinakatama, pero yung title, kasi yung hindi natin na-pressure ko yung T minus U, yun na po pala yun yung dapat hindi, wala na yun sa extension. Wala na dapat yun sa extension yung if there are manipulations if the equation are not consecutive.
Kung pagilingin na kong extension, nag-try siguro sila.
Hindi ko napanin talaga sa yung T. Kaya pala sir, yung T minus U, nakuha pala natin po yun kasi iniisip natin yung difference nga nung dalawa nakadepende. Yung title naman yung mali. Ay!
Ano din, pwede pa rin i-edit kung sakaling kitang
Hindi.
dapat sa dating presentation.
Baka pwede naman po kasi hindi i-represent yung division.
Literature na na-publish or kung sakali mayroon na talaga mga sample tools sa net or kahit sa book, readily available na, hindi na natin gawin. Yan lang ang makita ko dito sa paper kasi almost explore nila. Tapos sabi nga, tama yun, parang verify nila yung existing formula na pwede naman yung easier way of computing it na hindi na tayo gagamit ng ganitong process. Baka mas madalig po ngayon na yung relationship ng side na equilateral triangle and related
But I'm telling you sa experience, pero principal na school na assign pa ko lang yan.
So yan lang siguro, yan ang nakikita ko kung kaliwanag sa mga formula. Baka mas mahirap pa ang pagkakaroon natin mas sakali man, mas mahirap kahirapan pa natin. Kasi ang purpose ng investigatory project is mapadali. Ang pang-ayon way na baka ito yung existing na formula, baka may ginagawa kahit na easier way na nagagamit na
Piling ko ligwag tayo.
sa pagka-test.
Piling ko yun ang mananalo.
Sa mga mas mabilis na yan, hindi na gumagamit ng there. So yan ang pinaka-goal din actually ng ating investigatory project. So dito lang nakita ko na kung may makakakita pa tayong mas madaling access dito, yun ang i-investigate. Yun na tayo mag-assign ng numbers kasi once na nasa
Kaya pa si Ikas report.
Thank you po.
So we really appreciate your efforts of providing us for nasabi nga yung ma'am and still kaya na ganun pa rin ang nangyari. So we have it still you can find any
Ayan, baka mampalan sa'yo mo nagbaksak
topic na kung ito yung interest na mag-find gusto nyo talaga different siya mas level up siya. So still congratulations to your team.
Thank you po.
Pero I would like to commend this group kasi parang yung presentation ng paper.
Dalawa na comment.
Ano po, yung presentation ng
Anong nakuha national yan?
as to, as to the parts, ang paper, okay siya. Yung mga presentation ng paper rather, okay siya. Kung nga lang talaga, doon lang mismo sa problem na hindi work. Pero kasi na presentation tapos yung paper naman,
Parang feeling ko ito.
okay.
Feeling ko 5. Parang feeling ko 3. Paano? Tanong yung 5. Pero basta
Okay, any question for us? Vanessa?
Comment.
Wala na po, ma'am.
Si Juan
Yeah.
Thank you po.
Thank you. Keep on investigating. Do not be tired. Instead, be motivated. Be more motivated.
Pag-open ng cam, kumakain tayo.
Congrats. Thank you.
Yes po. Lalaki na lang po ako.
Tumatawa.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, teacher.
Okay, congratulations. Well done for the 5 contestants. Alamatong Punuray. So, 5th contestant, congratulations also. Similar to our other contestants. Kaya well done. Maraming tangkulan. Pero, good start na rin sa amin, ma'am. Actually po, in the SDO Council, first time na
Ano po, medyo mababa po dito sa kabila.
kasi this is one of the most difficult part na ang mga bata may expose sa mga researches nila. May grade 11 and grade 12 na, may research na kami. It's high time na at least sa grade 9 or 10, they can already be exposed to this kind of research in mathematics. Kaya lang kaya English lang.
Hanggang 3 lang sir, may price.
Analytics sa math. Dito sa math investigation is na-expose mo.
Sana
We would like, in behalf of the Council, to appreciate your contributions, ma'am, Ma'am Linda, and Ma'am Banji, si Ma'am Des. Of course, si Ma'am Des, sarili amin yan. Kaya anytime she could be our coach, our district math coordinators and teachers in the division.
Ayun ba yung ano?
But ang SDO, ang Philippine Science High School naman, partners namin. Saka malapit na yan sa ating school, ma'am.
Hindi na ba yung
And we can go there. Pinaglabanan high school pa ito. Okay. Yes. Mga ano lang kita, magkapit bahay. Okay po. Ganito na lang, ma'am. After you rate our contestants, pwede na lang picturean and then send sa messenger natin. Tapos ibibigay ko dito sa aming computer. Siya na lang mag-computer ng total ratings ng bawat contestant. Tama po ang calculation ko na ang total natin maximum point is equal to 63. Tama po. Yes po. Only Yes ma'am, yes ma'am. Nasa kanya naman yung nasa kanya naman yung guideline.
Okay po. So I will just give you, sir, yung final,
tally of the, or summary, ano po, summary of the ratings of the two other judges in PBA.
Opo. Ibibigay sa'yo, ma'am, tapos isasend back na lang dito tayo ng ano. Kung ikaw na, ikaw mo nga summary, ma'am.
Okay lang po, i-summarize ko na. And then, I'm actually verify it, sir. Kasi kung ano yung sinend ni ma'am sa akin, pwede ko rin pong i-send sa inyo para to verify po as I make the summaries.
Okay po.
So, yun doon.
Akala ko si na kayo para hindi na kayo mabala.
One pa lang.
Sige. Okay. We will wait na lang ma'am pang isasend mong summary of result together with the ratings of the two other judges. Okay. Submission din na lang. Happy last time mga break ko. Ano? Wala na.
Ano po? Ba yung... Ano ba yan?
I-award na namin ngayon ma'am virtually yung certificate. Tapos dadalhin na lang namin sa inyo.
Kung magkahali ang judges, sa Chansaray na iyan.
Tapos dadalhin na lang. Yes ma'am. We will just bring it to yours.
Ay, sir! Pwede naman po siguro kasi medyo malayo po ako. Pwede naman po iwan na lang doon sa design.
May kundinawa kami kasi kami token sa inyo ma'am.
Okay lang po.
Ay, sige. Isisil din tayo namin doon. Iiwan tayo namin doon sa secretary na director.
Okay lang po.
Sige po. Ma'am Banji, hindi kami sir.
Talaga?
Sabihin
siya mo.
Siya yung first balita.
Pero kung
check ko lang sa bag mo, tama man ma. Hindi ma.
Pero pang third na gano'n.
Ako nga
Si Alaw siya.
investigation niya ako dito sa
Actually, sir, I might... Kasi sir, mayroon kami ang program.
Ay, na po, Pamela.
Rather than that, ikaw ko sir, nagdala naman sa Kadokong.
Nabangis ako kay Pam.
Tago.
Taga ano yun, di ba? Taga Santro.
Malapit ka sa lugar.
Basta po sa... hindi ako masyadong familiar ng mga program.
Ma-message na ako, ma'am.
Di batang pag-room sila. Isa lang po yung Pamela sa nung ano. Yung picture.
Ay man Pamela.
Meron.
Kung
Klase.
isa ka ma'am,
Sino na?
okay lang po kami i-award namin yung certificate. Ngayon na ma'am.
Hindi ko alam, basta
Para
nandun siya sa Hesler.
10 minutes after the
Kasi ka.
Wala ka nang kilala iba?
Si Humphrey.
Ay, si Humphrey siya, ano yan? Hindi ko alam. Ay, oo nga. Si Cleopas. Gusto yung investigation niya kasi grabe. Tapos mag-survey na siya. Tama na.
Start man lang po para
Sir, 1 o'clock na sir.
Okay ma'am. Yes ma'am.
Hindi sir, it's already 1 o'clock.
Ay, manuklat na baga ma'am.
Hindi namin lang yan si oras ni sir.
Okay, what about if we have attendant candidate?
10 to 15 minutes.
Mabalik na awan mo lang ang resume.
Okay na, after 10 to 15 minutes.
Summary of result.
Sige, 10 minutes lang, sir.
Okay po, sige po. Vange, ibigay mo na lang po yung summary para i-ano ko na lang. Para mas madali tayo. Wala. Pag na yung individual rating per per school, yun ang summary mismo, yung summary sheets. Yeah, yung summary na yun.
Kasi mahirap yun, sir. Hindi ko school, mahirap yun. Kaya gumawa ako ng table. Pasensya na.
Okay lang. Wala na kayo siyang Linda?
Vange, do you have a sample? Kaya dyan mo na yung ilagay.
Hindi pa ako nakagawa.
Hindi mo naubos?
Kasi para diretso ko na
Tuloy mo
dyan.
lang habang nagdadang-dang dito.
Tarang ko lang ni sir. Tarang ko.
Sige.
Balance ako duman sa pig-pipig.
Sige po.
Sige ma'am. I try to send sa grupo yung ano.
pwede man yung dalo.
Pero sa summary.
Pero ilingin mo lang ni Dong Kanga, o yan o. Ilipat mo lang ang lugar.
Maganda kasi sir pag nakasama rin.
Bakit mabilis
Ay, ilagay ko na yung ilang matas, then ang total, ano?
Parang yung price
Sige
naman
ba?
nga.
Madali magawa ko mga ganito. Picture lang sa mga naman.
Okay po. Okay, floor na po ako.
Okay po.
Busog ba na ako itong burger?
Abang ako. Mabigat sa chat.
Daling ilaw na lang tayo.
Jollibee? Ay,
Sisaba ko yung galing.
na-scam ako ni mama lang. Pag nanalo daw ako kami ng nung last bag natin, pag nanalo daw ako, bilang daw ako ng canvas board.
Anong pantas mo?
Yung pinipaintan ko ko yung
Ah,
canvas board.
tapos na-scam ka.
Scam mo na, tapos scam din. Sige, patingin mo rin.
Pwede ang tayo mahalo. Yeah.
Ano itong nilalakaw ni mo mukhang last
Okay, sige
Friday
ba?
na
Isa ko, pagulong
Yung
na
ano po?
message ko na.
Scholarship? Ay, scholarship. Basta yung parang scholar, nagbibigyan ng allowance.
USD.
Hindi ko sure. Chicken with spag.
Ang papa mo pa yan.
Ang tabo-tabo.
Kasi ka nagman, ha?
Kay mama po, nung high school siya, ang
Payat
payat.
man siya. Ano mo yan kaya baga din?
Kaya ako ni sir. Daw anong kakan ko sir, di akong tataba.
Kala ko nagmanak kay papa mo ta. Si mama mo.
Mga pag nagtatabi kami sa, kami, 010. Kawawa naman.
Yan yung office niya.
Si Patuka.
Parang nakita ko na talaga.
Ako din, somewhere.
Baka pag-miss ka.
Ayos yung podcast yan. Coach baga yan.
Anong school po siya sir?
Pisa. Ay, yun yung lalaki. Ay, hindi ko bako yung pisa, hindi ko alam.
Panyo.
Wala ko yun yung babae. Grabe ang gay ko. Pero ang mid-mid na yun ko nagkaroon. Banda-banda. Merong gigabyte na daw na yung record.
Ba't yung pag nag-record sir, malaki yung space?
Hindi, paka-record ka niya. Hindi siya masyado.
Huwag yung mga movies na isang movie.
Ay, speaking of sir, papapasa ako sir ng ng season 2 po nung nung Promise Neverland.
Karas mo na, season 1?
Huwag mo na panoorin.
Nabitin ako sir.
Nagbasa ka na yung
Eh, ayoko. Gusto ko manood. Tatawag ako. Nakakabitin. Kanya, nakalimutan ko na pa.
Si Ate may tinapos niya yung istorya.
Tapos,
Nirush lang pero
Diyos ko.
ano talaga, hindi mo na anong
Kaya ako nagtatay pa ko.
Kaya magbasa ka na sa man.
Pero season 1 talaga patay.
ang daming ang daming, lalo na yung hinuhuli
Kala
na
ko
kung
kasi Didi Lenny ang sa mga dati.
Huh? Ay. Joke ko. May naka-unmute ka po. Ay, on ka? Hindi. Ang pangit ko.
Ano ka ba yun? Suya kung... Ang pagtatarang na.
DPJ.
Lagyan na naman pati ang opening song pa ang Promise Neverland mo season 1. Anong oras mo ma-start bang bullet? Alauna. Alas na spam ng palang ko. Pero talaga barong pang dino.
Lady Barong. Sir, mali talaga yung extension ta. Voice. Detective ko na 516 ang episode yawa. 7. Detective ko na. 30 years? It's the same.
Ano yung hands natin?
Dami. Naruto ko. Yung One Piece lalo na si One Piece po. So yan lang.
Sa yung mga sa lifestyle na mga mag-cookit tapos sa mga may talaga. Ginarano ko na.
Uso sa kulay ng Scarlet. Inhypen. Ang tawag daw sa mga fans na Inhypen fans. I wonder kung anong like ng light stick nila. Kaurag.
Ay, magda, ang iba, susuratan nila sa mga demand.
Morning po.
Sir,
Initially, sir, na-download ko na ano eh.
Ayun.
Sir, yun nga, dito nila gumagawa.
Pinapalag na lang po nito sa table ni Sir Joseph.
Ini baga, sir, o, ini naman dito sa may YouTube ko. Diba, yan, may YouTube.
Salamat.
Oo. Si YouTube, may lang ako.
Hindi ako makakati sa computer.
Pwede i-bluetooth? O ano mo ba ini? Paano mo binibo mo?
Copy and share. Iba kung iyon na susunod.
Iba man, gusto ko sa rocket.
Para ka naman para
safe as ka naman.
Naman ka naman sa video.
Symmetrical yung mukha mo.
Hindi.
Ako rin pag-try ko saan.
Oh, dito. Pataas dito.
Okay, araw.
Pag gumingiti ako dito ang ano, para akong patagilid. Parang tagilid yung mukha ko.
Salamin.
Parang patay naman.
Kasi hindi pwede nang isang
Reverse. Oo, parang ano talaga. Balik. Tapos yung right ko. Ay, ito. Ikaw, pantay sa'yo. Pantay naman ba? Ganyan kita makita. Tanggal mo. O, ganyan ko si sir makita. Ikaw, o, ganyan din kita makita. Ako, ganyan mo ba ako makita? Uy. Ha? Ang pangit! Sorry for... Opo. Sir, ganyan nakikita mo, sir, sa sarili mo. Sa ano? Kasi, sir, ito sa tawa sa akin dito. Ganito yung pala ako makikita.
Hindi ako nagparailing sa salamin.
Ang pangit!
Sawan ako sa ako.
Hindi mo ba, sir, nabubuka?
Hindi pa lang tapos na.
Gani. Mga alas 4 ka na, mga kambila. Alas 4. Ay, 1 hour na lang. Ay, 1 hour na lang. 3:30.
Sa iyo mo na.
3:30 lang yung 4:30.
Sa iyo mo na, hindi. Sa iyo mo na, hindi.
Ayoko ng mukha.
Ano kayo na eh?
Pag nag-selfie ka sa backcam, ganyan makikita. Pangit. Ayoko na sa
Okay naman kakainin mo na sa kamalis mo na. Hours ng recording. 100 gigabyte na lang.
muna po, sir. Pause. Opo.
Kamalangan po direksyon mo.
Isabihin ka lang, sir.
Kayo na nag-record na.
Hindi ba, sir, na-stop
Let's
kanina?
proceed with the announcement of winners.
Oh no,
Ito yung pinakihintay ng lahat.
I'm scared to death.
Ako ma-announce ano. Sige, maraming
So, allow us to let our division supervisor, division coordinator in mathematics to announce the winners for this mathematics and division 2021.
Okay, based from the result provided to us from our board of judges, headed by Ma'am Linda, our fifth placer, garnering a total of 14 points. Yes, rank na ito eh, the rank. The rank number, fifth. We have 4th Congressional District coming from Rural Science High School.
Hindi naman tayo last day.
Rank 4th, total points 11.5. Coming from the 1st Congressional District. Ano ma'am? And then we have the rank 3rd for total rank points of 7, coming from the 2nd San Juan National High School. Okay. And of course, the second placer coming from the 5th High School. And the champion, is coming from the 3rd Congressional District. Plus fight sila ng basta, coaches, the winning coach for the first place, winning coach, contestant mo na. We have Neil, Cedric, Lina, and Mary Princess Ann Devares. Coach is Mr. Edel A. Servino, coming from Pili National High School. Congratulations. For the second place winner, the school, National High School, Camarines Sur. Contestant, Miss Vanessa Babol and Francine Brabante, grade 10. Coach, Mr. Russell Badong.
Yay!
Mr. Okay, sorry po. Okay. And the third place, ang coach doon, coming from... Okay, na ba tayo? Nawala na ako. San Juan National High School. Contestant Dayan May M. Perez and Leanne Perez Melia. Coaches, Mr. Jesus Vargas and Erwin Royales. And of course, the fourth place winner, 1st Congressional District, student contestant Nicole Angela Bacodio and Kyla Ashelin Quiñones from Ragay Science and Math Oriented High School. Coach Mr. Jomar Velasco. And of course, our 5th place winner coming from the 5th, the 4th Congressional District. Contestant Miss Vanessa Mr. Mark Xavier Fernandez Miss Ruby Dean, Coach Miss Michelle Butial and Ryan Ortiz from Goa Science High School, Goa, Kamsur. Congratulations. They will receive, of course, may prize in may cash prize. Yung first three winners. So yung first three winners, you will be receiving cash prize. Ano sabihin? Okay. First place will receive 1,000 pesos. Second place will receive 700 pesos. And the third place will receive 500 pesos, courtesy of our EPS Math and
Paano kayo?
Company.
Dalawa.
Congratulations again. Of course, you will be receiving also the certificates of merit for the coach and then commendation for the student contestants, all of you. Okay? Take it away, ma'am.
So let's proceed with the closing remarks to be given by our education program supervisor in mathematics, Ma'am Sarah Christine P. Godoy.
Again, good afternoon. May I
Nag-celebrate. Opo.
Nakaka-off ba lang? Again, good afternoon. May I take this opportunity to express my gratefulness to the judges. Your generosity, Ma'am Linda, Ma'am Banji, and Des, really inspire our teachers. Number one, kasi dyan, coaches. They are the one who are guiding our contestants. We are very lucky enough that our judges are very generous to share their ideas on how we can come up with an improved material next time. Di ba, Ma'am Linda? Anong mga learnings na dapat nakita ng mga coaches, ng mga district coordinators who are around this time, and the contestants? Because the contestants will still be in the senior high school for 2 years. Ang iba, grade 10 lang eh. Di po ba? So, ano ang pwedeng matutunan natin? Number one is on how we're going to select the related literature needed in our research. Number two, how we state the problem. Medyo may problema sa statement of the problem, and at the same time on how we're going to answer the problems that we have included in the paper. Number two yun. And number three, sabi nga ni Ma'am Linda Kasubago, ang pag-given ni conjecture, it should be an original statement or idea from the researcher. Kasi pag bako talaga yung original, magkakaproblema kita. Okay, Ma'am Linda. Oo. Anyway po, this is the first time that Camarines Sur is engaging this kind of a performance task. First time. Actually po, in our curriculum, we don't have yet po the competencies where we can be using mathematical investigation as our assessment. Mayo pa po. But then, we took this opportunity that since we are giving opportunities for our coaches to explore while having their work from home, baga pong schedules. Siyempre, pag nasa work from home, we also have the opportunity to be with the social media, different social media platforms or whatever. And our students also are engaged in other platforms to learn. So, sabi ko, we should not deprive our students in participating to competitions. And since part of the performance task prescribed by our department based on DepEd Order number 31, Series 2021, ang mathematical investigation investigation, we have to give an opportunity for our students to showcase what they have done as part of their assessment. Kaya my dear students, I hope na you will not be downhearted if ever you feel na what you've done is not yet enough. Ano po, masabi ka mo, tinimbang kami ngunit kulang pa rin. Ano po, but then, the ideas from our judges will always inspire us on how we're going to improve our outputs. And at the same time, our way of thinking. Kasi po, we had our orientation on the preparation of mathematical investigation materials last 2019 po. Only with the district coordinators of the secondary schools. And most of the districts in the 35 districts of Camarines Sur, ano, tama, President, were not able to conduct their district training po. Kaya, this first set of contestants were the very courageous one. Ito ang matatapang na coaches, matatapang na mga estudyante to try in making mathematical investigation po. And another is, sabi ko, why is it that it's only in science that we have research? Try natin kahit mahirap. Oo. Let's try na sa math. Kahit this time, makikita nyo na, ganito pala, kulang pala. But then, this is already a good start. So my dear contestants, my dear coaches, thank you very much for that selfless, kasi masasabi mo pag mga coaches na, for your generosity. And to our contestants also, I know that this is not easy for you. But you took very much. In Bandi, hope on the next or whole kind of giving us time to be part of our judges. Pwede po ba, Ma'am Linda and Ma'am Banji?
Okay lang po.
Thank you, Ma'am Linda. Oo, kasi yaon man lang kamo. You are our, sabi nga ni Kaan, dakulaon na kasadlan kung daimi ka mo, ibabalisa mo. Diba? Your experience, your generosity will always encourage us to move forward. Tadawa na ang curriculum ni naiiba sa Indo, dawa pro paano kaya, ito baga pong makaraniman kami.
And aside from that, Mom, we belong to this division, the Kamusur division. So basically, we love this division and we are very much willing to help this division.
Kurusugan na lang po ining buot.
And moms are, I think, part of the DepEd for 20
Anyway, I have my, division.
Sabi ni Ma'am Bala na, confident. Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Nakat Ma'am Linda, kayo clear ang signal. Ano, come again po?
Oh, ma'am. Come again, darling. Okay.
Opo. Nagluya kaya Ma'am Susi.
Ma'am, though kasi ma'am, we are not under DepEd, but we belong to the same division. So that is why whatever help we can extend, we are very much willing to give. So kung kaya lang naman namin ma'am tumulong sa division for the betterment of this division. So okay lang po. Basta po available kami sa oras na yan. Kumbaga, we are very much willing to help the division in any ways that we can.
Yan ma'am ang kasaalan mi kung di mi ka mo hahanapon. Yaon man lang ka mo. Okay po. So, yan na lang po ang pinakadakula ming gift sa Kamsur na we have the Philippine Science always of help for us, always extending everything that they can. And we hope na si mga teachers may mag-benchmark po sa Indo. Lalo na po yung hararani. Di po ba? All about, medyo may reaction digdi ang saro sa district coordinator. Those schools in partido, you can visit Philippine Science. Kasi, syempre, they are more ahead of us. Siguro may mga files sa Ma'am Linda ng mga math investigation materials. Ano po? So, we can visit Philippine Science for benchmarking. We hope na by next year, when we receive already the competency subject for math investigation, we will be able to come up with a maging part kang activity kang estudyantita from grade 1 to grade 12. It's not easy to engage with mathematical investigation if pupils from grade 1 are not also oriented on how to do it. Siyempre, pag grade 1, ang math investigation is based also in their competencies. So, iyan po ang challenge sa mo. And again, for this, all of you are very significant in the success of this activity. Thank you so much, Division Association of District Mathematics Coordinator for Secondary, headed by the President, Ms. Sonia Vilitario Moral. Siyempre, main actor, our Mr. Ronald Inciso, the Division Mathematics Coordinator. Our Superintendent, Ma'am Loida Nidea. Our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Mr. Lusada, who really asked about this. Why is it that we're going to have without level competition? Sabi ko, why not try? This will always give an opportunity to our students to develop their creativity. And so with the coaches. Nag-iyo na siya, pagkaintindi niya kang mga decisions niya. And I am also very grateful that we have other stakeholders helping us with the financial issues. May mga ka-partners po akong TBIs na willing to help mathematics kasi this competition did not require any registration fee. And since we had already this first time to go on virtual, we hope for the next, perfect na ini. Maugma man baga ang virtual. And then, again, let's look for what is best for all of us. Again, Ma'am Linda, Ma'am Banji, thank you very much. Personal na lang po kaming magpahiling sa Indo na duwa. Oo. Daw, puro pa na iba man kaming gustong itaw sa Indong duwa.
Ay ba kumain naman kasi pinahiling ko sa iyo sa bago.
Si Des, nagmayulay na kami. Araw mo, baka may date, sabi ka naman yung sunyo, daraga pa hanggang ngunyan. Garo na itinapabakal na itong saro ng ati.
Ma'am Sarah.
Si Ma'am Banji, pwede kayong magduman at
Ayaw na
Ma'am Linda, bakit mahiling sa naga?
Nasa Goa po ako, ma'am.
Nasa Goa?
Sa Goa si Ma'am Linda. Ma'am Linda,
Tingikan
dumanan sa naga.
Ma'am, pero not now po siguro mag-ano na lang po kayo ng date. Kasi po may
date.
Or okay lang po.
Pag-aram ko na.
Okay.
Oo. Basta Ma'am Banji, right after this, we'll be going to Goa. So, magkirilingan kita personal. Si Ma'am Linda,
another
date. Si Desiree, na may date pa. And again, congratulations, all of us. And thank you for all your generosity. God bless us all.
Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much.
much.
Ano, gamit na na. Daron mo?
Sige na, Kaisa, daram ka.
Odette.
Ikaw lang, pinakabahan ako.
Mama, yan.
Nanginginig ka pa?
Hindi na.
Hindi ko man yan in-expect. Baka ma-jinx.
Maparang ka naman simple.
Nawara ako. So that ends our 2021 Division Mathematics competition in mathematical investigation. I would like to congratulate everyone till our next competition.
Thank you, thank you.
Mainit na,
Thank
sir.
you so much po.
Thank you po. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Stay safe.
Palagay nga rin sa akin, ma'am.
Sige. Plastic kasi.
Nagpara-picture na yan.
Iya? Hindi rin ka maglawas. Pero ako naman mahilig.
Ay, si Lord.
Ano yung mga kalaban?
Natapos din. Papaslip na lang ako tanong hindi ako may Mahatid kami ng honorary yung kay judges. Lord, sabi doon,
Dalawang go.
yung paslip.
Presentation pati kung sa PowerPoint,
Na mahatid kami ng honorary yung kay judges.
Pwede ako man kinahapon ko man sa
Malayo mo na.
sa tukma.
Sinabi niyo kami.
Tapos, babawang na po.
Yung ating balatika mo sa
Para magaling yung paswet ka.
luxury sale, tapos kailangan ko mga hapon. Ganito na, may formula na mat po, mat. Sir Daet, mayo siya.
Hindi ko na ano yung circuit.
lang mo.
Sa'yo, okay lang. Tanggalin madali. Daman nakalagay din.
Congratulations! Congratulations!
Grabe na yung sulot mo, sir. Susunod na.
Saan lang yan, mga tapat kang USI?
Nambutbut ka doon.
Nambutbut ako. Si Bagong ano. Si Bagong na
Grabe yung ano, wala nang ano? Dahil mo, ito naka-forma niya. Harong po sa akin. Baliktad, sir.
Lamang kitang picture. Ay ko pala ng mga ko. Ako pala na ako doon. Balit na ng chicken. Ano ba? Pagka-picture. Tapos,
Ay, sir. Ay,
picture lang. Picture lang dati. Ano ba?
Ginawa sa'yo?
Lolo naman ako.
Ay, tapos na ba? Ay, umalis na ba yun?
Ano ginawa sa'yo?
Ay, ano pa lang kanina?
Sige, sana talaga. Sige, hanggang man lang ang thumbs up. Ay, thumbs up. Mayo heart, mayo dislike.
Daw ako ta ang green na lang ano ma'am.
Dawa lamang in-art na lang or take thumbs up. Wala ko hindi mayo gawin. Hindi tanji sa district ni Sir.
Sir, 1 wait lang.
Yung garo ko hindi ko.
Ayan, masarap pa. Last na.
Ano mo? Ang pagkalan mo sa third. Isa third mo. Isa third congressional. Kung may mag-congrats. Kung mayo na talaga. Manong pag-asa.
Download.
Ah, yun na.
Nangoyam na. Dahil na lamang.
Mga abubasang. Mga abo lamang mag ano ma'am. React. Tawaan.
Hindi kita nakahiling sa camera. Sa
Ha?
sarap.
Anong klaseng ano?
Hindi kita nakahiling sa camera.
Ah, sige. Hindi ko ito naisip.
Siguro kaya grabe ang pagka-English mo.
Yan na.
Kasi nakahabol ni.
Ang mga English mo, ano mo arabe sa imo, ma'am?
Ang English.
English teachers.
Ito yung tingin.
Iyo, ano sa labo? Saan ko kayo? Kayo pa lang.
Saan ka
Yun
mo
eh.
nakatingin?
Yun eh. Para na yung iba. Garo baliw.
Magsalming kasi matao na ang mata ko.
Kaya mo, eh.
Layman, ma'am. Kaso makulang.
Okay.
Pag mo tinatagalan. Grabe, Neil.
Gatuturog na tong iba, hindi nag-aaral ako. Okay.
Bibilis na
Ay, sa recording, pig stop mo.